Right, good morning everyone. So let us start with business data analytics. So this business data analytics is a part of financial management paper and this is for 20 marks. So first of all, let us try to understand the importance of this subject. Try to understand the importance of this subject. The most prominent area in the job market is data analytics. Today we have n number of jobs in data analytics. If you observe the topmost jobs, the top careers of 2023, somewhere you can find here, you see, best jobs of 2023, full stack developer, second one data engineer. Okay. So likewise, if you observe today, definitely you find data analytics everywhere. So that is the reason we need to pay special attention to this subject called business data analytics. And also there is a reason that this particular business data analytics is added to financial management, because financial management is all about analysis, analyzing the financial statements. For example, in accounting you generate a balance sheet, but what FM does? What FM do is, FM will analyze the balance sheet and will tell you lot of important conclusions so that you can use them in the decision making. See, at the end of the day, what is very important is decision making. You need to make right kind of decisions, and right kind of decisions are always made based on right kind of data. If you have wrong data in your hand, you will have wrong knowledge, because you should always remember that data will give you the required knowledge. You need to read the data, you need to understand the data. Of course, we convert the data into information, that all we will see. So you need to read the right kind of information. Basing on that, the knowledge will be formed. See, knowledge will not be there. Knowledge is formed based on the information that you read. See, for example, you read a newspaper. What the newspaper contains? Newspaper contains information. And if you read that information, you will get some knowledge. That means you will know something and you will ledge it, you will store it. And that knowledge you will use whenever there is a situation to make a decision in your life. So this is the process. So first that you need to understand. So first of all, there will be data, and from data we get information, and from information we get knowledge, and this knowledge is very much helpful for decision making. Actually, the most important thing in anyone's life, in the life of a businessman, in the life of an entrepreneur, in the life of a human being, or in the life of any individual, the most important thing is decision, because it is your decisions which make up your life. Everything, if you observe, everything in the life is a decision. For example, you are all sitting here. So coming to this class is a decision. Again, after coming to this class, listening attentively is a decision. Not listening attentively is a decision. Everything is a decision. So how we make decisions? This is the most important thing. We always make decisions based on the knowledge. So we need to have right kind of knowledge to make decisions. And the biggest question is, where from we get this knowledge? We get this knowledge from various sources. You get knowledge from textbooks, from materials, from YouTube videos, from podcasts, from newspapers, from magazines, from reports, from annual reports of the companies. There is no end to the sources of information. Sometimes we get information from unconventional sources. that sometimes we get information even from the sounds of the birds and animals also. So there is no end from where we get this information. We constantly get information from various sources. Some of them are organized sources, some of them are unorganized sources, some of them are conventional sources, some of them are unconventional sources. But at the end of the day, you definitely get information from various sources. And that information, if you understand it properly, if you decipher it properly, if you decimate it properly, if you understand it properly, then it becomes knowledge. And basing on that knowledge, we make decisions. So this is all the general part of what we are discussing. But now, coming to the subject of business data analytics. First, we need to understand each word separately, and I need not tell you what is business. You already know what is meant by business, the definition of business and all you know. And what is the most important thing in business? The most important thing in business again is decision. The profits and losses that you get in business, it all depends on the decisions you make, the decisions that businessmen make. And some decisions yield profits, some decisions yield losses. But finally, everything is a decision. Now, how to make that decision? That is the biggest question. Everyone in this world is confused. Everyone in this world wants right kind of decisions. So, we can classify decisions into two types. Well-informed decisions and ill-informed decisions. So, these are the two types of decisions we can make. Well-informed and ill-informed. Well-informed means before making a decision, you need to consider n number of factors. You need to consider all information sources. You need to gather information about many things, and you need to aggregate all those things, and you need to make a decision. That is called well-informed decision. See, if you study CA Foundation or CMA Foundation, you have a subject called Fundamentals of Management. In CA Foundation, you have a subject called Business Commercial Knowledge. In that Business Commercial Knowledge subject, the second lesson is Business Environment. So in that business environment, there are several factors that are discussed, like micro factors that influence your business decision, macro factors that influence your business decision. So there are micro factors like customers, organization, suppliers, market, intermediaries, and competitors. And there are macro factors like socio-cultural, demographic, technological, political, cultural, economic. These all factors are there. That means whatever decision you make, it is influenced by n number of factors. And you need to gather information about all those factors. Only then you need to make a decision. Otherwise, your decision will not be a complete decision. Your decision will not be a comprehensive decision. Your decision will not be a perfect decision. See, that is the problem what we face. That is, most of the times, we are paralyzed in making the decisions. That means we don't gather necessary information before making a decision. And if you make a decision without gathering proper information, there will be some lacuna, there will be some gap, there will be some deficiency in the decision that you make because you did not look at all the things. Generally, there is a very popular movie dialogue in Telugu which says, Chudu okavaipe chudu. That means, yeah, look at only one side. But we say, look all sides. That is the criteria here. That means whenever you make a decision, for example, whenever you make a business decision, you need to think about the political factors. You need to think about the social factors, the cultural factors, these all things. See, for example, I'll tell you, you want to decide the caption for your company. For example, what is the caption for KFC? Actually, KFC today they are having taste the difference. But before COVID, KFC used to have a caption, a tagline which tells it is finger licking good. Okay. Okay. But during COVID time, they have withdrawn that tagline. What is the reason? Because it is finger licking good. That is not so appropriate during COVID time. That is the reason they have withdrawn that caption. So, why I told you this example? My intention is, even for a small thing, when deciding about the tagline for your company, you need to make lot of analysis. You need to gather lot of information. For example, you are marketing your product in a country where they don't like licking the fingers. So, if you market your product there with the same tagline, you may get lot of opposition, you may get lot of criticism from that particular country. So, this is very, very important. So, this is one example what I am telling you. Like that, whether to invest in a particular project or not, that is a very big decision. See, for example, today Adani is what they are doing. They are withdrawing their investments in majority of the projects because they might have taken some wrong decisions based on some wrong information. So, what is the cornerstone? What is the most important thing in making a decision? The most important thing in making a decision is right kind of knowledge, right kind of information, and right kind of data. You need to analyze the data. Once you analyze the data, once you process the data, you will get information. You need to study that information, and that information turns into your knowledge, and basing on that knowledge, you need to make the decision. Then it will become well-informed decision. On the other hand, if you make decisions in a blunt manner, simply by believing your sixth sense, seventh sense, or eighth sense, or ninth sense, or simply believing your gut sense, simply without having common sense, then all those decisions, they are called as ill-informed decisions. Ill-informed means not properly informed. You don't have sufficient information. Without having proper information, you have made a decision. You have made a decision. For example, you want to set on a long journey. You want to go to a holiday trip to a particular place, to a particular holiday spot. But you don't know the weather conditions there. You are not informed about the weather conditions there. You planned a holiday trip just basing on only one factor, the availability of leave to you. Okay. So you have simply seen whether leave is available to you in your office or not. Okay. A 7-day leave is available in your office and you planned a holiday trip to a place. But at that holiday spot, it is rainy season and there are heavy rains over there. And you are not informed about that. You don't know about that. You don't have knowledge about that. And you simply planned a trip, booked hotels, everything you planned. And on the day you set your journey and once you reach over there, you cannot come out of your room because there are heavy rains. Then what happened to your decision? Your decision is wrong because it is an ill-informed decision. You have considered only one factor, that is availability of leave in your office. But you did not consider the weather condition of the place where you are going. So that is not a well-informed decision. That is ill-informed. The reason is you considered only one factor, but there are n number of factors. Sometimes you planned a holiday to a location where there is a lot of political agitation. So by the time you reach there, there is a lot of political agitation, so that you cannot come out of your room. So you need to lock in your room and sit inside the room at that holiday spot. What is the use? So whenever you are planning a trip to a particular place, there are n number of factors to be considered. The first factor is the leave in your office. Second one, the weather conditions at the place where you are going, the political conditions at the place where you are going, the social conditions of the place where you are going, the climatic conditions of the place where you are going, the availability of food. Recently, some of my friends told they went to a particular place and immediately, actually they planned a 10-day trip over there, but Immediately after 3 days, they returned. The reason is they could not accustom with the food over there. Yes, that is also one factor. So you need to consider all these factors, and basing on that, you need to make a decision of your destination, where you want to go. So this is all well-informed decisions. So the most important thing what you have to learn is, whenever you make a decision, that decision should be a well-informed decision. Well-informed decision implies that whenever you make a decision, you need to consider n number of factors. Okay, this is the most important thing. So with this introduction, let us try to start our subject. Introduction to data science for business decision making. So to make right kind of decisions, we need to make a lot of data analysis. Data is available. Today, data is everywhere. Data is everywhere. You find data from social media, you find data from business reports, you find data from government portals, you find data everywhere. But the problem is, availability of data is not the problem. You need to analyze the data, because data consists of lot of things. Some things might be useful to you and some things might not be useful to you. So what you have to do? You have to take the useful part of the data and you need to turn it into the format in which you want, and you need to make use of that. That is the most important thing. For doing that, today we are using lot of softwares. Today we are using lot of technology. Today we are using lot of techniques. So the science of all these technologies, techniques, softwares, today we are calling it as data science. And the people who are experts in this data science, they are called as data scientists or data engineers. And today, every business in the world, every business, whether it is mini, micro, small, medium, large, very large, ultra large enterprises, all of them are spending huge amount of money on data analytics, because the biggest question that lingers in the mind of a businessman is, who is my customer, what he wants, in what way should I deliver my service or product to the end customer. This is the most important question that lingers in the mind of every businessman. For example, if you start a business, you cannot make your product in the way you like. See, the products in your shop should be liked by the customers, not by you. Am I right or not? Am I right or not? So the customer should like the product. So now what will be the biggest challenge to you? You want to find out what my customer likes. What are the likes and dislikes of my customer? What are the tastes and preferences of my customer? These all things you need to understand. Only then you can make a customized product. Only then you can sell more to your customer. Now the thing is, how will you know what your customer wants? Do you directly go and knock the door of the customer and ask, what do you want? Okay. If you directly go and knock the door of the customer and asks what he wants, do you think that he will give you an exact and candid and straight away answer to your question? That I want this particular thing? No. So what you have to do? You have to analyze a lot of data. You have to analyze the social accounts of your customers, the Facebook accounts of your customers, the Insta accounts of your customers, the browser details of what the customers are browsing, what websites they are browsing. In that way, you need to analyze the data and you need to catch the trend. So the most attractive word for every businessman is trend, because everyone wants to know the trend. Trend implies a lot of things. Trend implies what customers like, what customers don't like, what are their tastes and preferences, which colors they like, in which size they like. There are a lot of things. Today, hatchback cars are very popular in India. But some 10 years ago or some 15 years ago, hatchback cars are not very popular in India because Indians don't like hatchback cars. But for a period of 15 years, there is a lot of change in the mindset and mindset of the Indian customer, today customers started liking hatchback cars. So these trends again, they change. See, making your business always profitable is not a simple thing. It's a very complex thing which involves n number of factors. Sometimes you need to change your decisions basing on the decisions of the government. Sometimes you need to make your decisions based on the customers, based on the availability of raw materials. Likewise, there are n number of factors. So this is all the introduction. Now let us straight away jump to the first question. Define the term data, information and knowledge. See, data is generally referred to as raw data, which is a collection of meaningless text, numbers and symbols. See, you should not take the word meaningless here literally. Meaningless in the sense, see, I gather data from every one of you. Okay. What data I can gather? Right now a book is given to you and you are asked to write your name and number in that book, name, number and class in that book. What is that? That is a data collection. I have collected some data because I wanted to know how many students attended the class. I wanted to know. So that is one data. So now that data may be meaningful to me or may be meaningless to me. Sometimes data will be meaningful in a particular context and sometimes the same data may be meaningless in another context. For example, I have your data right now. That data will be helpful for me to understand how many students attended the class. Among those students, how many students belong to CMA 19, CMA 20. For all this, that data may be useful to me. But I wanted to know about your performance. In the context of knowing your performance, that data is not useful to me because I need to gather much more data to analyze your performance. Am I right or not? Am I right or not? That means the same data may not be useful in all the contexts. Depending on the context, we need to gather the data. For example, if I want to analyze your performance, what data should I gather? How many marks you got in your class 10, in your class 11, 12, at your CMA foundation, at your CMA, CMA internal examinations. This all data I need to gather. But just for the sake of this class, how many people attended, from how many batches they have attended, in order to know all this information, I need not gather all that performance related data. So one thing what you have to understand is we collect the data based on context. For what you want to collect the data, for which purpose you want to collect the data, basing on that thing only, we always collect the data. And data is always raw. Raw means what? Raw means which is not processed. Which is not processed. Processed means what? For example, a book is given to you and you are writing your details over there. So that is raw data. See, do you people sat in an alphabetical manner here? That the person whose name starts with A, did he or she sat in the first row? No. You sat randomly here. Am I right or not? And the book is given to you to write the details starting from the first person. So you are simply writing the details. So there is no order for that data. There is no alphabetical order. There is no roll number order. No order is there, but data is there. Now, after collecting data, that data from you, what I wanted to do is, I wanted to arrange all that data in an alphabetical order. Okay. You may ask me, sir, what you do? I'll do a number of things. That is none of your business. But I arrange that data in alphabetical order. Now what happens? I will have two sets right now. What is the first set? The data that is directly collected from you. From that, what I made? I have arranged the data in a alphabetical order, and now I have much more organized data. Am I right or not? So this alphabetically arranged data may be of more useful to me. Am I right or not? But you should understand where from this alphabetically arranged data came. This alphabetically arranged data came from the raw data only. Am I right or not? Am I right or not? Yes. So this is the most important thing you need to understand. See, you may say that I like ice cream. Yes, that is fine. But where from the ice cream comes? You need to have at least some milk to get the ice cream. So milk is the raw data here, and ice cream is a processed food that comes out of the milk. Am I right or not? So always you can treat the raw data as milk. See, if you have milk in your hand, if you have some 2 liters of milk in your hand, how many products you can make out of it? You can ferment it and make it into buttermilk, curd, and you can chisel the curd and you can make butter out of it. And out of butter you can make ghee out of it, paneer out of it, cheese out of it. Okay, you can make ice cream out of it. Now, what are these ice cream, cheese, butter, paneer, ghee, curd, buttermilk? What are all these? These are all different processed items. If you process the same milk in different ways, using different techniques, you are getting different outputs. You are getting different products. Am I right or not? But for all of them, for the ghee, for the butter, for the cheese, for the ice cream, what is the most important thing? What is the most important thing? Milk. Am I right or not? Milk is the most important thing. And to get all, so you may say one thing, sir, so finally at the end of the day, everything is milk. So why don't we simply drink the milk and shut our mouth? You can't do that. You say, I like cheese. Someone say, I like butter. Someone say, I like curd. Someone says, I like ghee. Someone says, I like ice cream. But no one says, I like milk. Okay. But milk is the raw material here. But in order to get all these products, milk products, what is required? Okay, milk is required. Other than milk, what is required? You require, what is the process? The process of making ghee is different. The process of making ice cream is different. The process of making cheese is different. So you need to know the process and technique of processing the milk. Basing on the technique you employ, basing on the technique you use, you get different things from the same milk. So this is the analogy that you need to always keep in your mind to understand what is data processing, what is information. So data is milk. Processing means techniques, various techniques. Information or processed data means various milk products. Okay. But at the end of the day, what people wants? Very few people wants raw data. But most of the people, they want processed milk. They want processed data. They want information. Okay. So, what we can call as data? In this world, everything can be called as a data. And can you show me one thing in this world which is not having data? Can you show me one thing in this world which is not having data? You take atom. Generally, whenever we talk like this, we always, if we want to talk about the tiniest thing, we may talk about atom. But that atom is having a lot of data. What is the mass of the atom? Okay, what is the velocity of the atom? Okay, again, what are the subcomponents? What are the subatomic particles in that atom? In an atom we have electron, proton, neutron. Again for that proton we have mass. So can you tell me one thing for which there is no data in this world? There is data for this mask also. What is the length of it? What is the breadth of it? What is the quality of cloth? What made it? Likewise, there is data everywhere. There is data for a water bottle, there is data for pen, there is data for atom, there is data for sun. Because if there is no data, you cannot identify it. You cannot identify it. You feel that there is air. How do you feel that there is air around you? Again, data. Because you say it is very hot. You say it's very cold. You say it is very damp. You say it is very moist. You say it is very humid. What it is all? If you take a paper and write at morning 8 o'clock, the air quality, and if you go to the science labs, they'll tell you a lot of things about air. They'll tell you the velocity of the air, the pressure of the air, the temperature in the air, a lot of things. So the first and foremost thing what you need to understand is data is everywhere. Data is in and around you, inside of you, outside of you, around you. There is data everywhere. We are living in the world of data. And without data, you cannot think about anything. If you want to think about a particular thing, you need to have some data about it. Do you know that? Can you imagine an unimaginable thing? No. If you start imagining something, it has some data. Sir, last night I had a very nice dream, and in that dream I have seen something which is very beautiful. Now you start describing it. The color of the thing what you have seen, the height of the thing what you have seen, the width of the thing what you have seen. What is that? Data. That means you should describe anything based on its characteristics. Am I right or not? And in this world, starting from a subatomic particle like electron, proton or neutron to the largest thing, to the Milky Way or galaxy or whatever, to the constellation, whatever big thing. In Sanskrit, we have a proverb says, Anoraniyan Mahato Mahiyan. That means Anoraniyan means the smallest of the smallest thing, the tiniest of the tiniest thing, to the largest of the largest thing. We need to describe all those things. We need to feel all those things. And if we want to describe all those things and if we want to feel all those things, what is required? Data is required. Because you cannot feel anything without its characteristics. What is ice cream? You please tell me. What is ice cream? If I tell you, if I ask you, please describe ice cream, in what way you describe it? Will you simply say ice cream is ice cream, sir? No. You will start describing it. It is sweet in taste. Okay, it is cold. Okay, or sometimes it may be spicy or it may be not so spicy. Today we have that kind of icai ice creams also. Okay, so yeah. So there is no end to it. So what is ice cream means? You describe the characteristics of the ice cream, isn't it? What are those characteristics? Data. So what is the point I am trying to prove before you? What is the point I am trying to prove to all of you? The point I am trying to prove to all of you is that we have data in and around us. For everything there is data. Okay. Next, what is information? That is what I am telling you. All the time data cannot be used directly. Data is like a raw material. We cannot use it directly. We need to process the data. For example, I asked a store manager, what is sales yesterday? He told, sir, sales yesterday is 3 lakhs. That is fine. Yesterday's sales is 3 lakhs. But I am not satisfied with that information. I am not satisfied with that data. I wanted to know much more deeper details. Out of those 3 lakhs, how much sales has been done in FMCG, fast moving consumer goods? How much sales has been done in electronics? Because in my store, I am having FMCG on one side, vegetables on another side, electronics on another side, groceries on another side. These all things. Now I wanted to know, out of 3 lakhs, how much sales I made in groceries? How much sales I made in electronic gadgets? These all things I wanted to know. Why? If I have that particular deeper data and information, I can make better decision regarding the stock that I need to maintain in my store. Am I right or not? Yes. So I want to process the data. Process the data means what? Sir, process in what way? Process in the way you like. See, for example, I want some information and she wants some information. But for both of us, the same data may be given. The same data may be given. But we process it in different way. Depending on our requirement. Depending on our decision requirement. What kind of decision we want to make. Basing on that, we process the data. So data needs to be processed for gathering information. So who will process the data? Generally, it is your brain which can process the data. Brain is the basic thing in this world which processes the data. But today, we have voluminous data. We have gigabytes, terabytes, petabytes, exabytes, brontobytes, geobytes of data today. So that means the data volume is very huge. So sometimes it becomes very difficult for a normal human brain to process all that data. That is the reason today we are taking the help of machines that are computers to process the data. That is the reason computers are called as data processing devices. Once upon a time, computer departments are called as EDP departments. EDP departments means electronic data processing departments. So what is a computer? A computer, in the name itself it is there. What it will do? It will compute. To compute what is required? To compute what is required? Without giving any numbers, if I ask you to do addition, then you will look at my face. What addition should we do? To perform addition, you should give us some numbers. And then you should ask, add it. See, addition is the technique. Addition, multiplication, subtraction, division, they are techniques. But in order to use those techniques, you require some data, no? You require some numbers. Without giving numbers, if I ask you to add, what you will add? Without giving numbers, if I ask you to multiply, what you will multiply? So what things are required? You require data, and at the same time you require some techniques to process that data. That is the most important thing. Okay. Next. So finally, information is equal to data plus context. That means what? I have data, but depending on the context, I want to process the data. Today I have 2 liters of milk. Today I want to have butter. So depending on that context, what I will do? Depending on the context, what I will do? Today I use one processing technique. Tomorrow again I have 2 liters of milk, but tomorrow I want to eat ice cream. Same data, but different technique, different output. Am I right or not? Yeah. Now the most important thing is knowledge. What is knowledge? When the information is used for solving a problem, we may say that it is the use of knowledge. Okay. See, at the end of the day, we gather a lot of information and keep it in our brain. We ledge it in our brain. That information will be in the ledgers of your brain. That is why it is called as knowledge. Information is stored in the ledgers of your brain. You see, you don't use all the information every time. Am I right or not? Am I right or not? Right now in the ledgers of your brain, you may have lot of movie knowledge, but that you don't use it right now. Am I right or not? You have lot of information in your brain, but the thing is, in this present context, in this classroom, do you open up all your movie ledgers in your brain and start using them? No. Those ledgers are closed. Okay. In the break time or while conversating with your friends, you may open those ledgers, but those ledgers are closed right now in this classroom and in this particular context. Am I right? The same is the thing. So knowledge is equal to information plus application of it. That is knowledge. So you need to have right kind of knowledge for making a decision. That is the most important thing. So what is the link between data, information and knowledge? Data is the source of information and information needs to be processed for gathering the knowledge. So data is the source of everything. That means where from the information comes? Information comes from data only. See, I know who is first in this class. That is information. Who is first in this class is information. Where from I get that? Where from I get that? I need to gather data from all of you and I need to process that data, and in that processing I came to know who is first in the class. Am I right or not? So knowing who is first in the class is information, man. And to get that information, I need to gather data. Okay. So data is the source of information. And information needs to be processed for gathering knowledge. So finally, what is the cycle here? This is the cycle here. What? Data, information, and this information will be helpful to gather the knowledge. And what is the use of this knowledge ultimately? See, all rivers finally merge in the sea. So, in the same way, finally everything is done for the sake of one particular thing in this world, that is decision. And at this point of time, I wanted to tell you one very important thing. Any subject that you learn by sitting in the classroom, right from your LKG to your post-graduation or to your CMA final or anything what you learn in this world, any subject, that is ultimately for decision. Can you accept that or not? That is ultimately for making decision only. And you may ask me, sir, what you are talking nonsense? I sat in a Telugu language class, I sat in an English language class. How does that help me to make the decision? So, that will be ultimately for the decision making only, because you learn lot of words in English language class. But in a particular context, what words you need to use, that again you need to decide. See, I cannot exhibit all my vocabulary in front of you, which is unnecessary at that particular point of time. And to express one particular thing, I know a informal word and a formal word. Okay, and a slang word. Now, in the classroom, which word should I use? Which word should I use? To tell the same thing for a child, for an elder, I cannot use the same word. So, is it not a decision? Decision about using the words? See, the first 40 to 50 minutes, what I wanted to spend, for what I want to spend is to make you understand the importance of decision and to make you understand the importance of data and information, right? Now, how can you classify the data? See, you can classify the data into numerical data. That is very easy. Numerical data means what? How many students are there in the classroom? What is the stock price of Procter & Gamble? Okay, what is the temperature today? This is all numerical data. Okay, and what is descriptive data? Descriptive data means, what is descriptive data? Descriptive data means reports, or you, for example, you might have done RC, reading comprehension. So you will be given a paragraph, you need to read it, and one question will be given, what is the opinion of the author? Can you directly write the opinion of the author without reading the entire paragraph? No. So that is all descriptive data. Descriptive data will be in the form of text, paragraphs, these all things. You need to read it, you need to understand it, you need to assimilate the main idea in that, and you need to write it. That is called as descriptive data. And sometimes this can be qualitative information, but I am not going to tell you about this qualitative information now. Let us see it later. Now, graphic data. We know there is a Chinese proverb which says, a picture depicts 1,000 words. Okay, that means instead of saying 1,000 words, I can simply draw a picture. I can simply show the same thing in a picture. So that is graphical data. All the graphs, charts that we come across in our life, that is all graphical data. Now, what types of data that we use in finance and costing? The first one is quantitative data. Again, quantitative data is very simple. Quantitative data means we can quantify the data. Quantify the data means what? We can express in terms of quantities, like there are n number of quantities, you know. Are there n number of quantities or not? We have weights, we have measures, we have height, we have length, width, breadth, temperature. Again, temperature can be measured in Celsius degree, Fahrenheit degree. Okay, high, low, small, big. This all comes under quantitative data. Once if you can quantify the data, once if you can express the data in numbers, that is called as quantitative data. Okay. The quantitative data availability in finance is significant. If you open up a balance sheet, what is there? What kind of data you find in a balance sheet? Quantitative data. They're all numbers, no? Expressing your stock, expressing your credit worthiness, expressing your debtors, expressing your creditors. What data a balance sheet have? A balance sheet always has quantitative data. And what is qualitative data? Qualitative data can be expressed in the form or format of the text, videos, audio, etc. You want to give a movie review. How will you say, of course, today even movie reviews, today people are not interested to read all the paragraphs and all the description. That is why a rating is given to the movies right now. 2.5 or 1.75 or 3 or 3.5. In that way we are talking, no? Whenever a movie is released, we are very much curious about its rating. What is the rating? 3 or 3.5 or 2.5 or 1.75, like that. That means we are trying to quantify. But you please tell me, is it really accurate? For example, people are giving movie reviews. What I am talking about that is, are they very accurate? No. They're simply telling 1.75 out of 5. 2 out of 5. How many factors are involved? Basing on what factors are you telling? Today many reviewers, they give review based on caste, creed, envy, a lot of things, favoritism. These all things are there in giving a review. But if you observe qualitative data means what? You need to describe it. And once you go through it, once you read the entire thing, only then you can understand something. That is called as qualitative data. For example, sir, a company is in deep trouble. How will you know that? Okay, sometimes you can know just by looking at the balance sheet, you can know that the company is in deep trouble. That is fine. But by reading its annual report, the message of the chairman, the auditor's report, by reading all these reports, again you can understand that the company is in deep trouble. Sometimes the balance sheet may not reflect that, but while reading some other thing, you may understand that the company is in deep trouble. So that all comes under qualitative data. And you say, sir, I like red car. For example, I collected data from every one of you sitting here. What color of car do you like? And 75% students in the class told that they like red car. That is fine. That 75 is quantitative data. But what I wanted to know is why they like red color. Why they like red color? What made them to choose red color? So I need to gather a lot of information. See, the colors you like again changes. Okay, depending on your age. Okay. At an young age, you may like a color. At an advanced age, you may like some other color. Okay, because your taste changes, your preferences changes, and you may like some color. You may like some color at your young age, but you may have a very bad experience in your life related to that color, and you may turn up your mind disliking that color from that day onwards. These all things are there or not? So I need to find out all these things. So these all things comes under qualitative data. So finally, what you should understand, quantitative data is very easy, but qualitative data is not so easy. Giving a rating to a movie is not so easy. Just looking at the movie once in a hurry-burry style and give rating, Roscoe 2, Roscoe 3. What is that? How can you do that? It's not quantitative data where simply we can say how many objects are there on this table. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 objects are there. It's not like that. It's not quantitative data. See, people ideas are very complex. Whenever I ask someone which color car you like, he or she says I like blue color. But if I ask why do you like blue color, then the answer may be, for some things we cannot say reason for everything. So people say like that. So that is all qualitative data. Now again, how many types of data? Again, this qualitative data and quantitative data may be classified into Four types. They are nominal data, ordinal data, interval data, and ratio data. What is nominal data? It's very easy to understand. For example, in the stock market, the stocks are divided into mid cap, small cap, large cap. How do you define that? We'll have one range. So the companies which come below that range, we call them as small cap. Above that range, we call them as mid cap. So we will have some benchmark or we will have some standard number, and anything that comes below it we call small cap, and anything that comes above it we call it as mid cap. That is called nominal scale. Nominal scale is used for categorizing data or classified based on certain characteristics. And the category label may contain numbers but have no numerical value. No numerical value means what? For example, I am saying company X is a small cap company. Small cap company means small capital company. Okay. But what is the numerical significance of it? Simply I say X is a small cap company, Y is a mid cap company, Z is a large cap company. Okay. But how did you classify that X is a small cap company? Because we have taken some numerical value, say some 100 crores. So if the company's capitalization is less than 100 crores, we can call it as small cap company. So now, why you started calling X as a small cap company? Because its capitalization is, market capitalization is less than 100 crores. Here 100 is the number. But when I call that X is a small cap company, is it a number? Am I saying that X is number 1 company, X is number 2 company, or X is number 3 company? No. What I am calling? X is a small cap company. That means I am not denoting the company with a number. Just I arranged the company. I have 5 companies. Now I have divided these 5 companies into 3 categories. Small cap, mid cap, and large cap. Okay. So that is called as nominal data. And now ordinal is very easy. What is ordinal? Even in economics, you have come across cardinal utility and ordinal utility. Okay. What is ordinal utility? First rank, second rank, third rank, fourth rank. How many students will have roll number 1 in the class? How many students will have roll number 1 in the class? If you have 2 roll number 1s in the class, that will be a greater conflict. Am I right or not? So there will be only roll number 1 person in the class. Am I right or not? That is cardinal. Ordinal means what? How many students can get first rank in the class? Only 1 student? No. Do you understand that? So that is called as ordinal scale. We give some ranks like first rank, second rank, first class company, second class company, likewise. That is called as ordinal scale. The top 10 stocks by PE ratio. That is again. Next, what is interval scale? Interval scale means, when will you say that it is hot summer? When will you say it is hot summer? Exactly when you have 36 degrees? No. There is some range. When the temperature lingers between some 35 to 40 degrees. So, in that interval, if the temperature is ranging, then we will say that is interval scale. Okay. Next. Ratio scale. Ratio scale means what? You can put all the 3 things, nominal scale, interval scale, and ordinal scale, into the ratio scale. The ratio scale possesses all characteristics of nominal, ordinal, and interval scales. And they have equal intervals like length, time, mass, money, age, etc. are typical examples of ratio scales. That means if you can express something in the form of a ratio, that we can call it as ratio scale. And now, next topic, what is digitization, and explain the objectives of digitization of data and information. Now, what is the biggest thing? What is our subject? Business data analytics. For business data analytics, what should be done? We need to gather the data, and you cannot manipulate the data. You cannot process the data. Today, you are taking the help of computers, softwares, technologies to process your data. So first, what you have to do? I have given a book and you have written all your details in that book. What data it is? manual data, raw data. Now, I'll take that book, keep it here and enter the data in MS Excel. Then what I'm doing? I'm trying to digitalize the data. You understand what I'm telling you? I have a book in a library and that is a physical book. The pages are being worn out and the quality of paper is not so good, but the information contained in those pages is very important. Now, what is the best way to do that? You take that book and scan it. Scan it and store it in the form of a e-book. Am I right or not? What is that? Digitalization of data again. Do you understand what I am telling? Digitalization. So, what is the first step in data analysis? The first step in data analysis is it should enter into the computer. In what way it should, what are the different ways that a data enter into the computer? You can type it, you can scan it, or today you have audio softwares where text to speech recognition softwares or speech to text softwares. If I simply speak like this, you will get the titles over there, you will get the text over there. So today there are n number of digitalization methods to digitalize the physical or normal data. Okay. So digitalization is a process of converting the data and information from analog to digital format. See, example is very simple. Listen here. I am just talking to you and you are listening to me. This is analog. How you could listen my voice? How you could listen my voice? Now my voice is being changed into a waveform and those waveforms are reaching your eardrum and those waves have a particular frequency and basing on that frequency you understand what it is. If you go and ask a otorhinologist, who is an otorhinologist, ENT specialist, he will tell you how you will understand, how you will hear the voice of a particular thing. This is called as analog. But for example, if I am using a software here and what that software is doing, what I am speaking here, it is just showing me. In the YouTube video you can observe, no, if you put some subtitles, what is happening? What is happening? We are not typing those subtitles. Do you know that? Basing on the voice that is coming, the text is being shown. Am I right or not? That is called digital. So, data information from analog to digital. Analog to digital means what? See, naturally in this world, everything will be in the analog form only. First, do you understand that? Do you understand? I am speaking to you right now. What it is? Analog. And whatever I am speaking, the computer is converting it into text and showing you on the screen. And I am saving that text. What it is? I have converted my analog speech into digital format. There is data in the book. What it is? Analog form. I am typing the data and storing it in an Excel file. Digital format. Okay. I am scanning a book, converting from analog to digital. How will you scan a book? To scan a book, whenever you put a book in a scanner, what happens? It will scan using light rays only. Waves, rays, these are all most important and most fundamental things in the nature. From there only the data comes. See, how will you know that I am standing here? How will you know that I am standing here? What should be there for you to recognize that I am standing here? Or not only me, how will you know that a camera is there? Rays of light should be there. Am I right or not? If I close all the doors and make the room stark dark, you don't know what is there in front of you. That means your eyes are not working. Your eyes are not working. What happened? Light rays are not there. Foolish people, what they think? My eyes are great. Arey Baba, your eyes are not great. The light rays are great. Because for your eyes to see, light rays should be there. Am I right? Yes. So, what are occurring naturally? Rays of light, waves of sound, these are all called as analog. Do you understand? And if you convert that analog thing and put it in a computer, then it becomes digital. That is called digitization. The data in the original form may be stored in an object, a document, or in an image. Your photograph. What you are doing for filing exam application? You are scanning your photograph. It is digitization again. How a photo is formed? Again using light trace or not? Now you are scanning that and storing in the computer. Is it not digitization? Yes. The objective of digitization is to create a digital surrogate of the data and information in the form of binary numbers. So anything that you store in the computer, it will be converted into zeros and ones. That is a common thing everyone knows. Because you speak English, Telugu, Malayalam, Kannada, Oriya and all. But computer knows only one universal language, that is binary language. So everything computer converts it into binary language. The photograph you scan, the song you listen from a computer, the movie or the video you see in your mobile phone, they are all many things to you, but they are all zeros and ones to a computer. You understand what I am telling you? Yeah. An example of digitization is UID or Aadhaar. In Aadhaar, what happened? You went to the Aadhaar card center and you have given your fingerprint, which is analog data. You have given your iris, which is analog data. You have filled up a form and they have entered the data there. Am I right or not? Yes. So the two primary why should we digitize the data? For a widespread access of data and information to a large group of users simultaneously. What do you mean by that? I have a very rare book in a library. And how many people can access that book? Only the people in that area can access that book, and that too one at a time. Am I right or not? And that is a rare book. We have only one copy in the entire world. Now, in order to make that book available to many, what is the best way today? What's the simple and best and cheapest way? You scan the book and make it into a e-book. You digitize the book so that, see, generally in a physical book, what happens? There will be wear and tear. మామూలు బుక్కులు పాడైపోతాయి, ఈ బుక్కులు కూడా మార్కలు పడిపోతాయా? So there will be no wear and tear to an e-book. Thousands of people, let them use it. The e-book, the file will be like that only, isn't it? So that is the advantage of digitization, and it helps in preservation of data for a longer period. See, we have manuscripts which are written on palm leaves, which we call Talapatra Grandalu. In Usmania University Library and in national libraries, what they are done? All those palm leaf manuscripts are gathered and they are digitized. They are digitized so that you can store them for a longer period. Because the paper, the palm leaf, whatever it is, as they are physical things, they corrode over a period of time, they oxidate over a period of time, and they will be damaged. Their quality will be damaged. Not the quality of information, the quality of the paper will be the problem. Am I right or not? Now, sir, why do we digitize the data? Why? Just for fun? No. Why we use the data? Digitize the data. It improves classification and indexing of documents, and it can be accessed by many people simultaneously. It will be very used to reuse again and again. It will help you in your work. It will be helpful for integration with the business information systems. These are all some of the reasons why you digitize the data. For example, there is a piece of data with the marketing department in a company in paper. So then only that department can use the data. If other department wants to use the same data, those departments should come to the marketing department and ask the data and use it. But if that data is available in a computer, anyone can use that data at any point of time. So these are all some advantages of putting your data in the computer, digitizing the data, so that anyone can use it. See, the one thing you need to understand here, for many questions you have more number of points. For example, this question is there, why do we digitize the data? So it is just enough if you go through 5 points, not more than that. Okay. And yes, so far we have discussed some questions. They are very important to understand the concept. But I'll tell you which are very important for examination point of view also. You please hold on. Now, explain how we digitize the data, or explain the entire process of digitization. So as this is the first time you are writing the examination, we can't say whether it is given in the previous examination or not. So we need to find out whether it is important or not. So this is one important question for your examination. Explain how we digitize the data or explain the entire process of digitization. Okay. What is the first phase in digitizing the data? Justification of the proposed digitization project. What is digitization project? For example, there is a large library and government decided to digitize all the books in that library. That can be done. That can be done, no issues. But the question is it really worthwhile? Is it really feasible? Is it really justified? For example, there is some useless data. So what is the use of digitizing it? It's waste of money and time and resources. Am I right or not? So whenever you want to digitize some data, what is the first step you need to take? First step, at first you need to understand the accrual benefit of the project. If you really spend lot of money, time and resources to digitize the data, what benefit do you get at the end of the day? Is it really helpful to your business? In that way you need to first understand. Otherwise, keep it in the books. See, in business organizations, there will be record rooms. Record rooms means there will be lot of data in papers and files. Now, I want to put all the data in the computer. For that, what I have to do? First of all, I have to employ some data entry operators because some documents cannot be scanned. Some documents can be scanned, some documents can be typed. So, I need to appoint some data entry operators. I need to purchase some very large scanners and all. And I need to spend some money. So, first you need to understand whether all of that is required or not. Risk assessment is an important part of project assessment. For the resources that may be facing, quick destruction may be required or an early design. It is a common sense point. Am I right or not? There are files in your organization which are eaten away by the pests. Already some 25% of the files are eaten away by the pests. So what is the first priority? First of all, you need to immediately digitize them, not allowing the pests to eat 100%. Am I right or not? Next. Second one is assessment. Assessment means what? In any institution, all records are never digitized. The data that requires digitization is to decide based on content and context. Assessment means what? Okay, I have 100 files of data. Now the question is, do I need to digitize all the 100 files? First you need to decide. Okay, because it is useless if you digitize all the data. Okay. Next. The hardware and software requirements for digitization is also assessed at this stage. Hardware and software requirements means what? Hardware and software requirements means what? To digitize the data, what is required? A computer is required, a scanner is required, and sometimes I told you, some data cannot be digitized, scanned directly. You need to appoint data entry operators. So these all things, how many things are required, you need to know. And the phase 3 is planning. Planning means what? Planning means, see, here we are talking about very large projects of digitization. While I am explaining this question, you may think, this fellow is making so much of hadaudi here. Why? There are some files. We will purchase some scanner. In Amazon, the scanner cost is 3,000 rupees. We will purchase one scanner, put all the files in the scanner and digitize it. Why this fellow is telling assessment, planning, digitization activity? Why all these phases? No, I am talking about very large organizations where there are lakhs of files, lakhs of books which needs to be digitized. And you know, the digitization project, sometimes it takes years, man. For example, if you want to digitalize the India's biggest library in Delhi, do you think that it can be done with a 3,000 rupees scanner? No. You need to purchase large drum scanners because there are crores of books there. Okay, you need to have large drum scanners. Do you think that purchasing one drum scanner is enough? No. You need to purchase at least 20 to 25 drum scanners, very large scanners. And each scanner costs nearly 10 lakhs. So how many scanners you need to purchase? And for every one scanner operator should be there. So then it amounts to a very big project, some 2 crores, some 10 crores project. So now you have to understand, you have to think, is it viable to spend 10 crores on simply digitizing the things? A question comes or not? If it is just 3,000, you are not bothered. Am I right or not? But it is not 3,000 project. Sometimes it will be 30 crores project. And why you should spend that 30 crores? To purchase the hardware, software, scanners and all. And with this 30 crores, what you will do? You need to digitize the data. So then a question comes. Is it required to spend 30 crores to digitize the data? Simply scan the data and put it in the file, computer. So for that reason, so you need to plan that. And the phase 4 is digitization activities. Digitization activities means what? You need to plan, capture, primary quality control, editing, secondary quality control, storage and management. Okay, you have a file. First you need to select this file needs to be digitized. Then primary quality. Primary quality means what? Sometimes scanning is not done properly. Some lines may be missing. Some text may be missing. So again you have to rescan them. Am I right or not? So that is primary quality control. And sometimes editing need to be done. Why? Sometimes the paper edges and all, they will not be properly scanned. So you need to edit the data. And sometimes after scanning, you need to remove some data. So these all things you need to do. Processes in the care of records. Processes in the care of records means what? You have data in the hard disk right now. Till now you have data in the paper. Now you have data in your hard disk. And now you have to protect the data or not? Am I right or not? Because your hard disks may also crash. Sometimes there may be some virus attacks so that you may lose your entire data. So that is the reason you need to have proper care of the data and you need to have proper maintenance of the data. That is very, very important. And you need to classify the data and intellectual control over data. Intellectual control over data means what? Sometimes some data should not be scanned. See, all data should not be scanned. There will be very, very secret data which you should not scan it, which you should not digitize it. So these all things you need to understand. And next phase is evaluation. Evaluation means what? Once the digitization project is updated and implemented, the final phase should be systematic determination of the project's merit, worth and significance using objective criteria. Okay. You spent 30 crores, you purchased scanners, you started digitizing, that is all fine. But what did I tell you? Can you scan all the things in one day? 1 month? No, that is what I am telling you. Sometime, see, I will tell you. When State Bank of India started digitizing, okay, they spent nearly 2 years for digitizing the data. Because how many branches are there? How many branches? More than 16,000 branches. And in every branch there will be ledgers. See, computerization means what? Everyone's account, every data should come into the computer or not? Now you please tell me, do you think that it will happen in a single day? When railways are digitized, when railways are computerized, do you think that all happened on a single day? In your house and in my house, if I want to digitize the data, I'll simply purchase one computer and one 3,000 rupees scanner and start the work and may complete by night. But that is not the case with Indian Railways, that is not the case with LIC, that is not the case with SBI, that is not the case with ONGC, that's not the case with Reliance. When they want to digitize the data, it takes years. So for those kind of companies, this question is required. All the steps that are mentioned in this question should be followed. That is what you understand. లేకపోతే మీరు ఏమనుకుంటారంటే ఏంట్రా బాబు ఇది అనుకుంటారు. No, all the large companies, they need to follow these phases and steps to digitize the data because they have voluminous data, they have large amount of data and they want to digitize it. And that cannot be done on a single day. It will be a 2-year or 3-year project. That is what you need to understand finally. And now, write a short notes on transformation of data into decision relevant information. This already we know. The emergence of big data has changed the world of business like never before. What is big data? See, today the most popular word in computers is big data. So what is big data? The definition of big data is data that contains greater variety arriving in increasingly volumes and with more velocity. That is called as big data. That means large, you cannot imagine the size of data. That is called as big data. For example, DMart. Who is the owner of DMart? Radhakrishna Damani. Now the DMart owner wants to find out, okay, what is happening in Guntur branch of Gujjanagundla branch of DMart. What is happening? What is the sales over there? And he wants to know across all DMarts how many Horlicks bottles we sold yesterday. He wants to know that. Do you know how much data you should analyze? How many DMart branches are there across the country? And they need to gather data from every branch and they need to get that information. So today you have large volume of data, See, data has names. Okay. Say for example, manaki intlo we have vessels and at the end of the day everyone is a vessel. But we call something as a pitcher, pitcher, P-A-T-C-H-E-R, and a chambu. We call some large vessel as a cauldron. If you want to pour water, you can pour water in a pitcher, you can pour water in a normal bowl, you can pour water in a cauldron. చెంబులోను నీళ్లు పడతాయి, గిన్నెలోను నీళ్లు పడతాయి, గంగాళంలోను నీళ్లు పడతాయి. మరి దీన్ని చెంబు అని ఎందుకంటున్నావు, దాన్ని గిన్నె అని ఎందుకంటున్నావు, దాన్ని గంగాళం అని ఎందుకంటున్నావు? Why you call with different names? At the end of the day, all of them are containers. All of them are containers of different sizes which holds water. Am I right or not? Likewise, data is also having names. If you are having small data, database. If you are having some large volume, data mart. Still more volume, data bank. Still more volume, data warehouse. Still more volume, big data. Big data. Do you understand? Yes. Because అలా ఎందుకు సార్, బుల్లి గిన్ని, చిన్న గిన్ని, పెద్ద గిన్ని, బాగా పెద్ద గిన్ని అలా కూడా అనుకోవచ్చు, నీ ఇష్టం. డేటా, లార్జ్ డేటా, వెరీ లార్జ్ డేటా అంటే అట్ సమ్ పాయింట్ వెర్రెక్కిపోతాం. ఎందుకంటే అప్పుడు ఏమని పిలవాలి, వెరీ 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 లార్జ్ డేటా. సో ఇన్స్టెడ్ ఆఫ్ కాలింగ్ దాట్, we use different names like database, data mart, data bank, data warehouse, big data. And today we have data lakes, data mountains also. Because every day data is growing. Earlier, you used to move on your own bike without any GPS. But today you are using GPS. Now Google knows. You have used Google Maps to travel from your place to another location. Earlier, no one knows that. The police department don't know, everyone don't know. But today Google Lookout, Google Maps know. For example, if you use Google Map to go from one place to another place, that is stored in the Google server. After 10 years, Google will tell you, Google will ask you, I think you will get notifications. It is exactly 2 years you visited this place. What is your experience? That means today you may get a doubt. ఎక్కడి నుంచి వస్తుందా ఇంత డేటా? This is how you are getting the data. You are using Google Map. Earlier, you will simply go to that place and you will forget it. But after 2 years, suddenly Google asks you, you went 2 years back to that place, how was that place? 2 years back I went. When? You forgot. But Google kept it in its records in the form of data. So, today, the important shift in the information generation and decision making process. So, with this availability of data, what is happening? Lot of information is generated. See, generally, once upon a time, in the earlier days, when we sincerely study about this business data analytics, you may get one doubt. And some philosophers will be there in the classroom. philosopher students will be there in the classroom. What those philosopher students says, "Arey, what is all this nonsense? Once upon a time, all these things are there. When Jamshedji Tata started Tata, computers are there. Business data analytics is there. Did not they do the business profitably? When Dhirubhai Ambani started Reliance, computers are there. Did not he run the business successfully?" This is all nonsense, man. Simply gut sense, this all. If you talk in that way, that is foolishness. That is foolishness. Arey Babu, every person has used the best resources that are available in their generation. That is the most important thing you need to understand. Okay, when Tata started, when Jamshedji Tata started Tata Group, computers are not there, accepted. Data and all are not there, accepted. Nothing is there, accepted. But Tata sent lot of people to India to gather information, to move the nook and corner of the country, and gathered information by sending some messengers and people, and they gathered that information and finally decided that India will be the best place to start their business. Now you please tell me, is it not information gathering? Is it not knowledge? నువ్వేమనుకుంటున్నావు అంటే పిచ్చిగా మాట్లాడుతున్నావు. ఒకప్పుడు పౌరాలు పంపేవారు, ఇప్పుడు ఈమెయిల్ పంపిస్తున్నావు. That makes the difference. You try to understand. But information gathering and knowledge gathering is always there. Do you understand? So you should not say some useless philosophies telling that once upon a time these all things are not there. Today business data analytics 20 marks in CMA. Why this subject and all? Useless. Who said useless? This is the most useful and this is the most trending and this is the most killer subject today. There is a strong emergence of analytics that supports more intensive data-centric and data-driven information generation and decision-making process. So today, see, once upon a time, you used to make decisions based on your gut sense, simply closing the eyes. Amma, tale, This is one way of making decisions. Simply feeling that someone is telling you, someone is guiding you, okay, guiding you from inside. That is why we call, see, always there is a discussion. There are two things in which you can make a decision. Intuition versus analysis. Intuition means, intuition is how your heart or soul communicates to you. Ante enti? That is intuition. Okay. It is connected to all the things through time and space and most of the time does not make sense. It is the ability to observe what is obvious at the given moment in time. Analytical thinking is you're trying to rationalize something to make sense of it. There is a lot of discussion in the world about these two things. How should we make a decision? Either based on intuition or analysis. Which one is correct? And you will always get a doubt. Sir, today companies are using crores of rupees to analyze the data. Today companies are using data analytics and all, but still they are getting losses. Then what is the use of this? See, we can make mistakes, but we should not make costly mistakes. If you analyze the data, you may make mistakes, but you will never make costly mistakes. Neglecting your studies for 1 day, mistake. 2 days, mistake. But for entire week, costly mistake. You can make mistakes, but not costly mistakes. Okay. So with the help of all these tools, technologies, what happens? They will not stop you for making any mistake. No. Even though you have lot of data, even though you make decisions based on data, still you can make mistakes. Still, because you should not forget one thing. You are working in a very dynamic business environment where everything is changing. See, today you have made a decision, and to implement that decision, it may take some 1 year to implement the decision, because in large businesses, you cannot get the impact of your decision immediately. Am I right or not? So you decided today and started working on it, and it takes at least 1 year of time to get results out of it, isn't it? But in this 1 year of time, many things may change. The government may change, the government decisions may change, the political structure may change, there are n number of factors that may change. So that is the reason, even though you have taken decision accurately, you have taken decision appropriately 1 year ago, but you may not get the results. So these all things you need to think and consider. Okay. To make the data turn into user-friendly information, it should go through 6 core steps explained. This is another important question for examination. So what are the 6 core steps to convert your data into information? What is the first step you have to do? You have to collect the data. How will you collect the data? You can collect the data manually, or you can collect the data in an electronic format also. Today people are collecting your data from your Facebook account. Today people are collecting data from your browser. Yesterday it was said, a report was said, Bing is giving data to Microsoft is collecting data from some browser, it seems. Yes. Today I can collect data about you from different sources, either manual or thing. And second one is, okay, I collected the data. Now what I have to do? I have to organize the data. Organizing the data means what? I need to classify the data. I need to sort the data. I need to put the data in a particular order. That is called as organizing the data. And then I should start data processing. See, always data will have unnecessary elements. Unnecessary elements means what? For example, I want to know who is first in the class. I gathered some data. And in that data, there is your mobile number. See, to decide your performance, is your mobile number useful to me? No. But the data is having that. So what I will do? I will remove that. And sometimes I asked you to write your mobile number and you did not write, and you have simply given me the data. Then what I have to do? At that time also, that data is not useful to me. Okay. That means there are 2 things here. Having data is one thing. Having useful data is another thing. Most of the times we will have unuseful data, because data is there, but that cannot be used. And second one is integration of data. Integration of data means what? Integration means gathering at one place. I need to gather data from various sources into a single unified form. That means what? Wait, I'll tell you. For example, in a department, departmental stores, in some departmental stores, there will be sections and the billing will be done in different sections. For example, grocery section is there. You went there and you purchased some groceries and the billing was done there. And the same you went to the first floor and purchased some electronic gadgets and the billing was done there. And the same you went to the second floor, purchased some garments and the billing was done there. You can observe this in some stores if you go. But the same you went to 3 different places and made purchases. Am I right or not? Now, I want to rate you as a star customer of our company. Star customer. Do you understand? That means what I have to do? Now I need to gather your data from the groceries department, from the electronics department, and from the garments department. Because these 3 are entirely 3 different departments. Am I right or not? Now what I have to do? To decide you as a star customer of my shop, what I have to do? I have to gather or integrate data from all the departments. Only then I can decide whether you are a star customer or not. Am I right or not? Am I right or not? And today we have online banking. So whenever you have online banking, what should be done? Today you withdraw money from IOB ATM, tomorrow from Union Bank ATM, and tomorrow from HDFC Bank ATM. But you are a ICICI Bank customer. Now what ICICI Bank should do? Charges is okay. But first they need to, when they can levy charges, first they need to integrate the data, no? Integrate the data means what? What transaction you made with HDFC Bank? What transactions you made with Union Bank? What transactions you made with IOB? The data should be integrated. So that is called integration of data. Several examples I am telling you. Okay. And next one is data reporting. Translating the data into a consumable format. This is the biggest challenge. What is the biggest challenge? Translating the data into a consumable format. Data ఇవ్వండిరా అంటే ఇష్టం వచ్చినట్టు ఇచ్చేసి మొఖాన్ని కొడేసి వెళ్ళిపోతారు. But that data should be in a consumable format. That means the data should be understood by the people. So that data should be formatted in a proper table or some diagram. Sometimes when the data is very large, and if the data is given in a very large table, just like a very big mat, no. Instead of giving that large data, it is better you give in the form of a diagram, in a pie chart, in a bar chart. That will be more useful. That is called data reporting and data utilization. Why companies wants data? Because they always want to enhance their operational efficiency and productivity. See, when I have excellent data in my hand, using that data and information, I will have very good knowledge. Then I can make my corporate decision making really data driven. If no data, close your eyes and intuition. See, tuition means guidance. If that guidance you are getting from inside, that is intuition. Okay. And if you are going somewhere else to get the guidance to your tuition master, that is extuition or simply tuition. Okay. That is what you need to understand. Now, the quality of information should lead to quality decisions. This is my opening statement for 30 minutes I told you. What is that? Quality information leads to quality decisions. If you don't have quality information, then you cannot make quality decisions. So that, see, there is some problem with this type of questions. You may have a thing in mind, sir, whether is it required to write all the points here? No. For example, A, B, C, D, E, 5 points are there. But in point C, how many points are there? 8 points are there. Again, in this, it is enough if you write 4 points, not more than that. And I'm not going to explain this because all the explanation for the first 40 minutes, what I have given, that is there in that question, right? Next. What is professional skepticism regarding data? Professional skepticism regarding data means what? See, there is one very important thing here. Never take an important analysis at face value of the data. But majority of the times, we make decisions at face value. That means what? We simply do not analyze deeply. Okay. Simply by looking at surface level, we make decisions. Okay. We come to a conclusion about a person simply by looking at the dress. You should not look at the dress, you should look at the address. That is the most important. Okay. So you need to have professional skepticism. Professional skepticism means you need to be very much particular about the reliability of the data. Someone has given you some information. Okay, who has given you that information? Who has given you that information? Sir, some vagabond has given me that information. How will you believe that? Who has given that information? See, there are some websites today which gives you some wrong information about the famous personalities, and there are some websites which give you, if you ask them, they will tell you the Independence Day of India is some other day, not August 15, 1947. And if you read that website and started believing that, what happens? So, you need to have professional skepticism. That means, okay, you have some data, but what is the reliability of that data? What is the authenticity of that data? Where from the data is getting? Where from you are getting the data? Who has processed that data? These all things you need to understand. That is very important. Okay. A deeper understanding of hidden insights that lie underneath the surface of the data needs to be explored, and what appears on the surface should be looked with some skepticism. That means what? Whatever you understand from the data, you should not simply start believing it. You should go a little deeper and you should try to understand, is it really true? Is it really true? Because, for example, in the case of a balance sheet, there may be some window dressing of accounts. And if you simply look at the balance sheet, that you may not find it out. When you will find that there is some window dressing done, once you go deep and analyze it, only then you find that there is some problem there. Because at the surface level, all is well. But you should go deep into the well, then you will understand that the well is very deep. Do you understand what I am telling you? పైకి చూస్తే అంతా all is well అన్నట్టే ఉంటుంది. But లోపలికి వెళ్ళాలి. Then you will understand the depth of the well. Okay. So, sir, how can I do that? With the emergence of new data analysis tools and techniques in the financial environment, you can use all these tools and techniques to analyze the balance sheet of the companies and to draw out conclusions. See, once upon a time, very hardly the problems are recognized. Very hardly means most of the times, even though some fraud has been done, it is never recognized. Because at the surface level, everything seems to be good. Everything seems to be fine. But today, we have deeper artificial intelligence based analysis tools and techniques and technologies. Now, they are helping companies to find out the frauds, the financial frauds that are taking place in the companies very easily. As the availability of bigger data is bigger now, analysts and auditors not only getting more information, but also facing challenges about managing and investigating the red flags. Red flags means what? Okay, today on one side we are very happy. Lot of data is coming in. Yeah, come. Lot of data is coming in. But having red flags means in that data there are many loopholes. In that data there are many warning signals. If you don't analyze them, again that will be a big problem. That means there are two things here. It is just like, I'm having 2 liters of milk, but what about the quality of the milk? You are telling 2 liters quantity, but what about the quality? If the quality is not there, then you may not get right kind of ice cream. Am I right or not? So it is not the today people are happy about the quantity. Oh, we are having lot of data, but what about the quality of the data? So you need to have professional skepticism. You need to analyze the data, go deeper inside the data, and you need to get the information, right? So you need not write all those points. It is just enough if you write up to 5 points. Okay. Now, what is the ethical use of data and information? See, you should not take everyone's data everywhere. Okay. First of all, the most important thing is whenever you want to, this is again very important because institute may want to know, do you really know the ethics of gathering the data? So what are the 5 basic principles of data ethics? What are the 5 basic principles? First one is regarding ownership. You are telling, sir, I have, for example, I am telling, I have personal phone numbers of all my students. That is a very big fraud, That is a big crime, because that is your SPDI. First let me tell you what is SPDI. SPDI stands for sensitive personal data and information. Okay. So what is SPDI? Sensitive data. Under SPDI rules, sensitive personal information or data means your passwords, your financial information, physical, physiological, mental health conditions, sexual orientation, medical records, history and biometric information. These all things they are called as SPDI, sensitive personal information and data. Who should have this? The government should have this. But I am telling, I am having the medical records of her. A hospital should have. Why I should have that data with me? I hacked the server of the hospital and I got the data. Then that is a crime. So ownership of the data, to whom the data belongs, that is very important. You should not gather all the data. See, I should not ask, Amma, please give me your Aadhaar card. I should not ask. If I ask, she can file a complaint against me. Sir, this fellow is unnecessarily asking my Aadhaar card. Why? If I am asking her Aadhaar card, what I am asking, do you know? I am asking her SPDI, her sensitive personal data and information. Because in Aadhaar card, her fingerprint data is there, her iris is there, her iris data is there, and many more data is there. I should not ask, please tell me your password. I should not ask. Or I should not gather also. Gathering the passwords of others, gathering the personal mobile numbers of others, gathering the medical records of others. No, that kind of data you should not gather. That is all illegal. Okay, that is what you need to understand. So regarding ownership, it is unlawful and unethical to collect someone's personal data without their consent. Without your consent, I should not collect from your FB or from some other source. I should not collect your bank account number, your bank password, your medical records. I should not collect that. Okay, if you have consented and if you have given, that is a different thing. But without your consent, I should not collect all the data. And we have data rules regarding that. We have IT Act, Information Technology Act. In that IT Act, there are several sections, section 2I, 2F. In that way, there are some sections which says you should not collect the data in an unauthorized manner. And regarding transparency, transparency means what? You need to maintain transparency while gathering the data. That means who is collecting the data, for what purpose you are collecting the data, that you need to tell to the customer. Data, you should not say that. You should not say that. For what purpose you are gathering the data, for what purpose you use that data, everything should be intimated. Only then you need to gather the data. See, that is why for the company today, see, maintaining the cookies, this all business is there earlier. But today, the rules have changed. That is the reason today for almost every website, when you enter into that website, the website is asking, what it is asking? This website uses cookies. See, cookies, maintaining cookies is not today's business. Since a long time, websites used to maintain cookies. People don't know that. But recently, from the last 1.5 years to 2 years, every website, when you are logging in, they are telling, we use cookies. Do you want or not? Yes or no? Accept or decline? They are asking. You might have also observed that. Am I right or not? Why? ఒకప్పుడు అనాథరైజ్డ్గా చేసేవారు. But today they are informing you that whatever you do in my website, that will be stored. Is it okay for you? Accept cookies or decline cookies. Okay. And regarding privacy. See, whenever I take data from you, for example, I have taken your medical records, then it is my responsibility to protect the privacy of that data, because your blood report is your personal data. And I have taken your blood report with your consent, that is fine. But at the same time, I need to protect your privacy. For example, I kept your blood reports, all of your blood reports in my server. And my server is hacked by someone else. And now what happens? All your data will go into the hands of the other person. Am I right or not? So that should not be there. That should not be done. Because whenever I collect your data, it will be my whole responsibility to protect the privacy of your data. Okay. And I should not make it publicly available. With your consent, I have collected your data. Okay. And in the market, I am selling the data, record rupee, and I'm messing. That is how data is sold in the market. For example, I want 1,000 students data. Then the guy asks 1,000 rupees, one record, 1 rupee. So if I pay 1,000 rupees, he will give me the data of 1,000 students. That business is there. That is how companies are getting the data. And we simply enter our data in all apps. We don't know the authenticity of the app, the reliability of the app and all, but we simply enter the data. And these people start selling your data. Okay. Otherwise, how will you get different phone calls? Loan kavalani nu evadikani ichava? How those guys know your phone number? Why they are calling you? Why they are sending promotional messages? How? Ante nu eppudo evadko vachavu. And they sold your data. And you get all calls and messages. This is a very big business today in the market. And regarding intention, with what intention the person is collecting the data? I may have a spurious intention, a bad intention, and I may collect your data, and tomorrow I will sell your data. So with what intention the data is being collected? Are you really collecting the data for making profits, or out of other weaknesses, or for hurting others? That is the reason you should also be very careful. For example, a guy posts in the Facebook, my puppy died yesterday, I love it very much. Or you post the photos of your puppy in the Facebook, telling that I love it. And someone wants to hurt you and will kidnap your puppy. Okay. And you start crying. And who asked you to post all these things unnecessarily? If you love your dog, you keep it in your heart. Why in the Facebook? Why do you keep in the Facebook? Because all people are not alike. There may be some guys who intentionally wants to hurt you. So what you like? Earlier, what you like, you may know, and very 3 or 4 of your close friends or family members will know it. But today you post whatever you like in the Facebook, so the entire world, your friends and followers know that. So if they want to hurt you, it is becoming very easy to hurt you. Because you post everything what you like in the Facebook. Do you understand what I am telling? Yes. So with what intention the data is being collected? That is another important principle of data ethics. And regarding outcomes. Outcomes means what? The result of data analysis may inadvertently hurt the clients and data providers. See, sometimes even the intention is good, but how you analyze the data? See, if you analyze the data and going deeper and deeper, you will get new results. So what kind of analysis you make on the data? That also, see, okoksari, what happens, we take the data and we analyze it very badly. We use some drastic analysis techniques and try to find out some unnecessary information. You should not do that. For what you have collected the data, that analysis only you need to make. You should not make unnecessary analysis. Okay, that is unethical. So these are all the 5 things that you need to understand. What are they? What are the 5 ethics? Regarding ownership, regarding transparency, regarding privacy, regarding intention, and regarding outcomes. Okay. So with that we finished the first lesson, right? Next lesson, data processing, organization, cleaning and validation. So what we learn in this lesson? In this lesson we will learn about how to process the data, what are different techniques that are used to process the data, and what are the various techniques that we use for cleaning the data and validating the data. See, in the first lesson, what we learned? In the first lesson, we learned about types of data and how to digitize the data. See, if you observe, there is no confusion here, there is no complexity here, everything is very clear and straightforward. In the first lesson, some definitions are discussed. Types of data, quantitative data, qualitative data, okay, ordinal data, nominal data, ratio, these all things are discussed. And first, where you get the data, first you need to digitize the data. Only then you get data for analysis. That is why about digitization we discussed. And while you digitize the data, you need to follow some ethical principles. You should not digitize illegal data in an illegal way. So those all things are discussed. Now, in this lesson, we discuss about some processing and how to validate the data and clean the data. Now, the first question, define data processing and discuss history of data processing. Data processing is the process of organizing, categorizing, and manipulating data in order to extract information. See, how can you get data? How can you get information from the data? You can get information from the data only when you process it. Now, you may ask me, sir, what is processing? Processing can be anything. Processing can be anything. Anything means what? For example, I have some piece of data. I can sort that data. I can categorize that data into alphabetical order. I can divide the data. I can slice up the data. I can do anything on the data. So anything that you do on the data to make it more useful in whatever manner you want it, that is called as data processing. Do you understand what I am telling you? Any operation that you perform on the data, whether indexing the data, sorting the data, classifying the data, modifying the data, these all things, these all operations, they are called as data processing. Okay. And traditional data processing concepts replaced with modern tools and technologies. That is what I am telling you. In the earlier days, it is human brain which is used to process the data. But today, we have volume amount of data. We have voluminous data available. So today we are using some software tools and techniques to process the data. We are using machines, computers to process the data today. That is what is called as electronic data processing. Now, And these all points we have discussed. The quality of information finally depends on the quality of data. That is what I told you. If there is no quality in the data means what? I have asked you to fill up a form and give it to me. But what you did not fill up the form properly. You skipped some columns in the form and give it to me. Now, what is the use of the data to me? There are some 100 members in the class, and out of 100 members, 40 members did not write their name. 30 members, they did not write their father name. And the person who has written his name did not write his father name. And the person who has written his father name did not write his name. What can I say? Now, what I can do with that data? You have written wrong address. You have written wrong phone number. Phone number will be 10 digits. You have written 11 digits. In another case, 9 digits. Data is there, but what is the use to me? It is all meaningless. It is all useless. So, you can divide the entire data processing history into 3. Manual DP. Manual DP means, I told you, no, without the assistance of any machines, if you process the data with your hands. Say, for example, generally in schools and colleges, we maintain attendance registers. That is also data processing only. Generally in schools, how attendance registers are maintained? Attendance registers are maintained using the alphabetical order of the names of the students. That means, who has done the data processing there? Who arranged the names in an alphabetical order? It is the brain of the teacher there. It is the brain of the clerk there. Am I right or not? So that is manual data processing. Okay, without the use of any machines and all. Using manual efforts if you do it. Okay. And mechanical DP. Mechanical DP means what? We can take the help of some calculator kind of things. We can take the help of some electronic typewriter kind of things. Or we can take the help of some other special devices to handle the data. So that is called as mechanical DP. And now we are in the age of electronic DP. Electronic DP means, that is what I told you. Computer departments in offices, they are called as EDPs. EDPs means electronic data processing. Electronic data processing means using computers to store your data, to manipulate your data, to process your data, to sort your data, to arrange your data, to print your data. If you use computers for everything, for data handling purposes, it can be called as electronic data processing. Okay. And whenever we talk about computer means it's a combination of hardware and software. So we require different types of data processing softwares. We have softwares like Oracle. We have data processing softwares. We have many data processing techniques. Using all of them, we process the data. Next one. Explain how data processing and data science is relevant for finance. See, whenever we talk about finance, what is the first and foremost thing that is very much required for us? Is it not risk analysis? Everyone wants to find the risk in a particular project. See, today, risk management is the most important profession. It's very important because today companies are taking up very large projects. And whenever you are taking up very large projects, okay, financial management helps you to find out what is the IRR of the project and all. That is fine. But the assessment of risk accurately, that is very important. And to analyze the risk and to assess the risk, you need to gather a lot of data. So this data analysis will be helpful for finance people in knowing the risk before making a decision. And real-time analytics. Real-time analytics means what? How much loan should be given to a customer? How will you determine that? How will you tell that? See, once upon a time, there is no concept called CIBIL rating. But today, there is a concept called CIBIL rating. And once this CIBIL rating came into picture, even the customers and even the organizations, they are benefiting. It is a win-win thing. Because even customers are paying EMIs on time because they don't want to lose their CIBIL score. And in order to give a loan to a customer, banks are using this CIBIL score as a criteria. So how this is all possible? Do you think that it is possible to maintain a kind of CIBIL score without using computers and data analytics softwares? If you just don't pay one term EMI, your CIBIL score is downgraded. Am I right or not? If you don't pay it on time, your CIBIL score will come down. Who is doing that? Is it not the softwares? Or do you think that it is possible if a person do that manually? No. So today people want real-time analytics. Real-time analytics means what is the worth of a customer? How much loan can we give to him? Okay. The credit rating of him. This all can be done with the help of data analysis softwares. And customer data management. Customer data management means what? You can take the customer data and you can analyze it in various ways so that you can know the tastes and preferences of the customer. So once you know the tastes and preferences of the customer, what you can do? You can design your product according to the tastes and preferences of the customer. And see, I went to a shop and I exactly found something which is which exactly I want. Then without any hesitation, I simply purchase that product. Am I right or not? So now the biggest question is, how will the company know that I like that product? Who tells the company that a customer likes this product? Or many customers like this type of product? It is again data analysis. And for that I need to take a lot of data of the customer and I need to analyze it. See, there are currently more transactions occurring every minute than ever before. Thus, there is better data accessibility for analysis. See, today there are many things which are done online. Online payments have become very wide and vast today. Once upon a time, if I want to pay electricity bill, I need to walk into the office in my near vicinity. Vicinity means in my area, and I used to pay the electricity bill. But today I am paying it online. When I am paying it online, what happens? The entire world is knowing what I am doing. Am I right or not? For example, if I walk into the office in my area and if I pay the electricity bill, who knows? Who knows that? Only the electricity department and myself. Am I right or not? But today what I am using to pay the electricity bill? PhonePe or Paytm or something. That means once if you pay electricity bill today, for example, on 28th April, I have paid the electricity bill. Next month, what Paytm is telling, it is reminding me or not that you have to pay the bill. It is reminding me. That means the data is stored in the server of, and with this what you can observe. Now, electricity department can get a simple analysis. What simple analysis electricity department can get? On 28th of every month, what will be the rush? How many bills will be paid on that particular day? On what day more number of bills are paid? On what day less number of bills are paid? In the last week, how much of money can we collect? These all estimates the electricity department can make very easily if you make payments online. Am I right or not? This is what is analysis. This is what is analysis. And how many types of analysis can you make? You can make text analytics, data mining, natural language processing. These are all different techniques to analyze the data. That all we will learn later. Next, consumer analytics. Consumer analytics means what? Today, we can see, I wanted to tell you one very important thing. In future, there will be no brands. There will be only your brand. Okay. See, I'll tell you one thing. Now, if I ask you what car you are using, you are telling that I'm using Honda City, or I'm telling I'm using Benz or something. But in future, you will say I'm using my car. So my car becomes the biggest brand. Okay. Now, if I ask you which shirt do you wear, you may say that I'm wearing Twills or something. But in future, you will say I'm wearing my shirt. Okay. My car, my shirt, my shoes. Now, what is the brand name there? MY, my. My becomes the brand. Why? ఇప్పుడు ఏమవుతుంది, you are going to a shop, Honda City. Honda City means I am purchasing Honda City, she is purchasing Honda City, you are purchasing Honda City, and same features, same car. But where is my there? My taste there? My taste is not there. See, Honda City taste is there. Am I right or not? Certain features are made into one brand of car, and those features are near to my taste, and I am purchasing that car. But that car do not exactly have the features what I want. Am I right or not? That means at some point I am getting compromised. Am I right or not? What are you saying? Can you get a car which exactly suits 100% to your tastes and preferences? We face this problem, no? We like the color of a car, but interiors you don't like the same car. You like the technicals of the car, but you don't like the exterior of the car. In some car, interiors you like, exterior you don't like. In another car, exteriors you like, but interiors you don't like. And in some other car, you like both interior and exterior, but technicals you don't like. So you will dream of a car, your dream car, as per your taste of exteriors, interiors and technicals. If that car comes into the market, how it will be? And obviously that car will be your car, isn't it? Because your taste is different and the other guy's taste is different. And this is all possible with the help of 3D printing technology. So today 3D printing technology is coming so rapidly. With this 3D printing technology, you can have your own cars, and the car becomes your own car, your own customized car. Okay, then there will be no brands anymore. Okay, so that is called as consumer analytics. That means by knowing the consumer data, by knowing his tastes and preferences, you can offer him more customized services. And next one, customer segmentation. If you have a lot of customer data, if you know the behavior of the customer more precisely, you can segment the customers. Actually, customer segmentation will be done based on geography, age, location, these all things. See, Horlicks has made such a wide customer segmentation. Once upon a time, entire family used to drink one Horlicks only. But today, mother's Horlicks is different. Women's Horlicks is different. Children's Horlicks is different. Junior Horlicks. Again, children, if there are two kids, 1, 2, 3, Junior Horlicks 1, 2, 3 is different, 4, 5, 6 is different. And if you have elder people in your house, they should drink Horlicks light. And if you have adolescents in your house, they should drink Horlicks taller, sharper and stronger. Okay. If there are pregnant women, mother's Horlicks. Middle-aged women, women's Horlicks. And middle-aged men, Horlicks Protein Plus. And 20s and 30s, Horlicks Gold and Horlicks Silver. Okay. From birth to death, they have segmented. Okay. And different types of Horlicks to different people. This is customer segmentation. And still, if you know the behavior of the customers, you can segment them. Okay. So, how all this is possible? This is all possible when you have customer data. When you have customer data. See, if I don't have customer data, for example, if I want to start a dosa stall, I will start Dosal Bandi. Okay. But if I know among the customers who are coming to me, many people like masala dosa, then from tomorrow I can start masala dosa. Yeah. And another customer wants a little bit of masala and little bit of onion to it. Then I can make masala onion combo. I can have a combo there. It means different dosas come based on customer segmentation. Okay. And personalized services. This is what I am telling now. The requirement to customize each customer's experience extends beyond gauging risk assessment. Even major organizations strive to provide customized services to their customers as a method of enhancing their reputation. So especially these 5-star hotels and all, they offer customized services. Say for example, if you go to a normal hotel, a menu will be there. Whether you like it or not, you need to go to hell, except you don't have any other option except to select from the menu. But you go to a 5-star hotel so that you can call a cook to your room and you can tell him, I want a item, a delicacy which is not so sweet, and at the same time it should be turbid and not so dry, and it should be a little salty, a tingy flavor of peppermint should be there. ఏదో ఉంటుంది నీకు లోపల నానా చెత్త ఉంటుంది. You will tell him, you will explain him, and he'll try to get it to you. And what is the name of it? No, don't know. If a menu is there, a name will be there, a price will be there and all, and you need to select it from the menu. But you have something in your mind so that the person is ready to customize it for you. And whatever name, you name it later. Okay. So they try to get it to you. So more customized service. Next, advanced customer service also comes under that. And the most important advantage is predictive analytics. Predictive analytics means what? Today, all business organizations, they are behind one word, that is predictive analytics. Because everyone wants prediction, no? Once upon a time, people used to go to astrologer for prediction. And today, even today in stock markets, many people, they are purchasing stocks based on astrology prediction. Today is Friday. Friday is Bruguvara. Bruguvara means Sukra planet. Sukra signifies cosmetics. Sukra signifies these all things which are related to beauty, luxury and all. So today you purchase the shares of the company which are related to cosmetics. What is this prediction? So irrational. That is what the word used here is. You need to make predictions based on some rationality. If you go to some astrology kind of thing, it becomes irrational. But you need to make it some rational. So you collect some data and you collect some previous data, some historical data. What happened yesterday? What happened day before yesterday? What happened last month? What happened last year? What happened in the last decade? You collect all that data. You take snapshots of the data, and basing on that, you try to predict the trend of tomorrow and day after tomorrow. There is some rationality. There is some logic there. But what is there? Sukra, luxury, these all, there is magic there. So it is up to you whether you want to believe in logic or you want to believe in magic. Okay. So predictive analytics. Predictive analytics means you want to predict what will be my sales next Diwali season. Everyone wants to know that. Every businessman is curious about it. What will be my sales the next festive season? How will you know that? Again, intuition analysis. Close your eyes and pray and God and use 6th sense, 7th sense, gut sense and all sense nonsense. That is all intuition. There may be magic in that. But if you take up the data, the sales of last year, the sales of your competitor last year, the sales of yourself last year, the sales of the entire country last year, basing on that, draw some conclusions, use some statistical techniques like data distribution techniques like chi-square or some binomial distribution and all. Without statistics, there is no business data analytics. Statistics is the most important science for analyzing the data. So use some statistical techniques and come to some conclusions. Okay. And basing on that conclusions, you need to plan your business. This is the process that is going on in businesses today. Okay. So that is called as predictive analysis. Predictive analysis enables organization to extrapolate from existing data and anticipate what may occur in the future. That is what I am telling you now. You gather data, man. Yesterday data, day before yesterday data, last month, last year, last decade, how far and how much. You know, Unilever is having 150 years of Indian consumer data in their hands. You may ask me what they do with that data. They'll go to hell. Why, what you require? Why you want that? They gathered 150 years of Indian consumer data. That means you don't know what your great-grandfather, what toothpaste your great-grandfather might have used. But Unilever know that. What is the most popular brand some 80 years ago? In my childhood, there is a very popular toothpaste brand called Cibaca. Your generation may not know Sibaka. Your generation don't know four hands. In our childhood, we have a toothpaste called four hands. You don't know. Four hands ante nu emaatladutunnavara antavu nu. Okay, but it is a very popular brand in our childhood. In your generation, what is the popular brand of toothpaste? Huh? Dabur Red, Colgate. And then where is Close Up? Huh? Where is Colgate Max Fresh Gel? Generation to generation, these all things changes. And especially, yes, very good. In this generation, much of the people, they are paying attention to herbal toothpastes. That is why Dabur Red, Patanjali Dantakanti, okay, Colgate Veda Shakti, these are all becoming popular. And this may not be the trend in the, again in the next decade. Next decade, some other coal, salt, they are slowly picking up. The same Colgate, when Indians are using coal, the same Colgate told, what, why you are using cola? Right now, they are telling activated charcoal. They cannot directly tell charcoal, no, activated. Means the molecules in that activated molecules only we are mixing, we are not mixing ash and all that. Okay, let them, anything. But this is how the trends change. And the companies wanted to know what is the pulse of the people. Okay. Now, fraud detection. You can also use data analysis for fraud detection, because today all financial transactions, they are being done in online. So also the frauds are also increasing. And you know today how many financial frauds are being made using online apps and all. Okay. So to detect the frequency of the frauds, you can use this data analytics. And anomaly detection. Anomaly detection means what? If everything goes fine, or if something is going wrong, you can find it with the help of data analytics. Okay. So, of course, there are 11 things here. Algorithmic trading. Algorithmic trading means what? Trade suggestion based. That is what? If you are interested in stock market and if you invest in stock market, every morning when you open your phone, the first thing what you wanted to know is tips. Stock tips. Stock tips means today buy this, sell that. At 10 o'clock buy this, 11 o'clock sell that. Everyone wants these tips. And generally, what I am telling you is today astrologers are giving the tips. Today at 10 o'clock you buy this, 11 o'clock you buy that. Exactly at 11:45 you buy this, 12:10 you sell this. They are telling like that. But that tips should not be given by them. That tips should happen by algorithmic trading. Algorithmic trading means there should be some scientific formula. There should be some scientifically made statistical formula which can predict that a particular share or stock is going to perform today or tomorrow. There should be some fundamental analysis. There should be some technical analysis basing on the basing on the capital of the company, market capitalization of the company, basing on what we say, there are some numbers, no, what we call them, EPS, earnings per share, basing on, you tell me, EPS, what are other ratios? Dividend ratio, dividend payout ratio, these all things are there. Basing on all of these things, you should decide the performance of a stock. Am I right or not? Not based on the planets. Am I right? So, that is called as algorithmic trading. That means by basing all these factors, if you decide, if you come out with a formula of deciding the performance of a stock, that is good. That is called as algorithmic trading. Okay. See, in this question, 11 points are given. For example, the same question is given in the exam. How many points you need to write? 6, that is fine. 6 is fine. You need not go through all the points. Simply wasting your time. Don't waste your time. Now comes, what are the function of data processing? Data processing generally involves the following processes. See, you will get a doubt now. Sir, from morning onwards, you are telling processing the data, processing the data, processing the data. What is processing? This is processing. If you have a piece of data, and in that piece of data, if you try to validate the data, sort the data, aggregate the data, analyze the data, report the data, and classify the data, these all 6 things put together we call as data processing. Data processing. బియ్యాన్ని ప్రాసెస్ చేశాడండి. ఏం చేశాడు సార్? బియ్యాన్ని ప్రాసెస్ చేయాలంటే బియ్యాన్ని తడిపాడు, కొట్టాడు, దంచాడు, ఏదో చేశాడు. దట్ ఆల్ థింగ్స్ పుట్ టుగెదర్ ఇట్ ఈస్ కాల్డ్ as processing. Processing is not a single word. Processing is not a simple word, right? Now, the first step, what is data validation? What is data validation? Data validation means what? I have a data. In that data, age column is there. And all the ages of the students I am referring. One student wrote 420. Another student wrote, sir, I am using Santur -40. Age, how it can be -40? Even though you are using Fair and Glow or Santur or something else, how it can be -40? You cannot become a retrograde, isn't it? You cannot regress, you can progress in age. Then what I can do with all that nonsense data? Age -40. And who is the fellow who made that software? How you allow negative symbols in age column? Okay, customer entered -40. Who asked you to accept it, man? Who asked you to accept it? Customer ఏదో ఆడు అందం బయటపడకుండా ఆడు చెప్తాడయా -40 అంటాడు. Who asked you to take that data -40? What I can do with that data right now? Which is against the laws of the nature. That is illegal, useless data. Waste of time to gather that nonsense data. Languages, no, not applicable. You don't know at least one language? Not applicable, he has written. What I can do with all that data? Address for communication, not applicable. మరి ఎక్కడ ఉంటున్నారో నువ్వు? Sir, at the end of the town there is a tree, I'm sleeping there. At least write down that address. That is also address, no? You are sleeping there, you are staying there. So this is called data validation. Data validation means what? There are set of rules. Age means someone has written 420. How it can be 420? Batikam sir anta? That is different, no? Generally, a human cannot live for such longer years. No, sir, yoga specialist, chakras, that all different. You take. I am talking about normal individuals. For example, exam application. Filing a CMA inter exam application. Age column. You have entered 10 years and writing CMA inter. 10 years CMA inter. How the data can be validated? And you may say, sir, child prodigy. Yesterday only a news came that some 10 years boy has written IIT mains. Yes, that can be written, but all those are special cases and you need to get special permission from the board. And that kind of people, they cannot directly log into the website and enter the data. Because that is an exception, no? One in many. Am I right or not? So that is all exceptional data. What is general data? Writing CMA inter means the age should be between this to this. Am I right or not? Of course, you may be child prodigy, you are very intelligent. At the age of 10, you may complete CMA. That is all different. That is an exceptional case. But in general, the data should be validated. No? If that data validation is not there, everyone enters 2 years. How 2 years kid can write CMA exam? So, data validation should be there. Okay. Because basing on that data validation only, we will come to know whether to accept the data or reject the data. For example, you are filling the exam application and you told that your age is 10. I will simply reject the application. Why? A 10 years kid cannot write the exam. And you don't quarrel with me. If you want to really write, go to the ICMA office, get a special permission. Okay, that is, you will be treated as a special case. But in general, you are not allowed. Am I right or not? Yeah. Next, sorting. Sorting means what? Organizing the data in a chronological order. Chronological order means what? Either in a ascending order, descending order, date order, month order, alphabetical order, some order. You arrange the data. That is called as sorting the data. That also comes under processing the data. See, data is there. You touched the data like this. That is called processing. What you do to the data, you touch it the data, that is processing. You arrange the data in alphabetical order, processing, validate the data, processing, sorting the data, processing, classifying the data. Sir, I did not do anything, just touch the data. That is also processing. Everything comes under processing. Okay. Next. Aggregation. Data aggregation refers to any process which data is collected and summarized. How many students attended today's class? For that, what I have to do? I have to aggregate the data now. 1, 2, 3. First, I need to collect all your data, put it in a table and just count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. These many students attended the class. That is aggregation. Okay. Till now, he has to pay 10,000. He has to pay 1 lakh rupees, and he is paying monthly installments. Till now, how much he has paid, and still how much balance is there? How can I tell that? Is it not through aggregation? Every month you are paying some money. Now what I have to do? I have to aggregate all your monthly payments made so far, and I should say, out of 1 lakh, he paid 68,000 and still 32,000 is balance. How can I say that you have paid 68,000 so far? You pay every month, no? So all that I need to aggregate or not? And 1 month you paid through PhonePe, and another month you paid through Google Pay, and another month through Yono, and another month directly in the counter. Now, where I will have all this data? I will have all this data at different places. See, that is what in banking you are doing now. See, this subject is ultra practical subject. You can see it in every walk of life, everyday life. Aggregation, another example I will tell you. I went to bank branch, SBI Broadipad branch. My account is there. I have withdrawn personally some 40,000 from my account. Next moment, next hour, I want another 5,000. I went into the branch and wanted to withdraw. And the branch people said, below 40,000, withdraw from ATM only. Don't walk into the branch. Now I came out and have withdrawn 5,000 rupees from the branch. And immediately, I made a PhonePe transfer of 2,000 rupees to my friend. Now you know how much of burden it is to the bank. How many transactions in how many modes you are doing. One from the branch, one from the ATM, and one from PhonePe. And now what the bank has to do? Now the bank has to aggregate the data from the branch, from the ATM, from the PhonePe, and make your balance. Am I right or not? This is called data aggregation. You can say that in that way. Now analysis. Data analysis is described as a process of cleaning. Cleaning the data means what? Do you put some Lysol or Dettol to clean the data? Now what do you mean by cleaning the data? What do you mean by cleaning the data? Data will have unnecessary things. Unnecessary things means what? The mobile number should be 10-digit number. But in my data, all the mobile numbers are 9-digit and 8-digit numbers. What I should do with the data? I have to simply remove all that unnecessary data. That is called as data cleansing. Not pouring some Dettol or Lysol in the server to clean it. Okay. So data cleansing means all the inconsistent data should be removed. I asked the people to write their name in capital letters. But one fellow has written the data in small letters. Remove that data. Because that data is not useful for me in sorting. No use of that data. I asked, it is mandatory for every one of you to enter your door number. But one person did not write. That is the reason while you fill application online, what they do? They put some star mark indicating that it is a mandatory field. And if you don't fill it and click on OK or send, what happens? It will show you a prompt asking you to enter the data. Until and unless you enter there something, it will not leave you. Am I right or not? Logic better. Otherwise, what you will do? Even though I say mandatory, you will not simply enter. And that data, tomorrow it becomes useless to me because the mandatory data is missing. Am I right or not? And sometimes there are intelligent people. If I ask them to enter a 10-digit mobile number, they will simply enter 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. For that reason, what the companies are doing, they have a mechanism called sending an OTP. Once you enter the mobile number, they will send an OTP and basing on that you need to enter that OTP, only then the mobile number will be validated. Are you not looking at all these things in day-to-day life? Tell me. That is what you are learning here. What is different? Now, explain reporting and classification. Reporting means what? Data reporting is the act of gathering and structuring raw data and turning it into a consumable format to evaluate the organization's continuous performance. Presence of data is important, but at the same time, making the data into a consumable format is also very important. That is what I told you, no? What you will say? Array, I have 2 liters of milk. You say, I don't like milk. I'm allergic to milk. But the same milk turned into lassi, someone might drink the entire 2 liters without leaving a single drop. Am I right or not? Am I right or not? Because the milk in its own form is non-consumable. But when it is processed and made into some tasty lassi or some other product you like, you consume it, even the last bit of it. Am I right or not? So, what is greatness here? Consumable. You need to make the data into a consumable format, into information. Okay. The data reports can provide answers to fundamental inquiries regarding the status of the firm. See, if you sit in a chair of a decision maker from morning to evening, what do you know what you want? You want report. You ask report of everything. Attendance report, performance report, exam report, this report, that report, lot of reports. Because basing on that report only, you make the decision. And what reports will help, in what way reports will help you? Reports will help you to answer the basic doubts you have. Am I right or not? Basic doubts I have. For example, I wanted to know after break how many have left the class. I wanted to know that. How can I get that? Now I need to have 2 reports. Attendance report before the break and attendance report after the break. Basing on that, I can know. Am I right or not? Likewise, you want to know. You will have some fundamental questions. And how can you know answers for those fundamental questions? By looking at the report. And what is a report? Report is a summary of information. Okay. Next. A data report is nothing more than a set of documented facts and numbers. What a report will have? Facts. A report will have summary of facts. Summary of facts means, okay, these many people attended, these many people left after the break. In that report, we will have different columns. And basing on that, I can update my knowledge. Okay. Now, what is data classification? Classifying data according to important categories so that it may be used and safeguarded more effectively. Means classifying the data according to important categories means what? Important categories means what? There will be some data which occurs frequently. There will be some data which occurs on and off. That means what? Frequently occurring data means what? Frequently occurring data means what? See, data will be classified into master data and the transaction data. See, once you join in an organization, you will fill up an application form. Am I right or not? And in that, all the details will be there. That will be treated as master data. But every time you go to a counter to pay the fee, do we require all of that data? No. Just your admission number and name are required. Am I right or not? So what I will do? I will store your admission number and name in one file, that is data. And you have, at the time of joining, you have furnished lot of details. You have given me lot of details. Your 10th class marks, your school name, college. For paying your CMA inter coaching fees, why your 10th class school is required? Why the data of your 10th class school is required? You tell me first. Is it required? No. That is required at the time of joining and all. Wanted to know about you. But at the time of payment of fees, that data is not required, no? What is required? Just your balance of amount that you need to pay, your name, your number, that is required. That is more than enough. Or your father mobile number, that is more than enough to complete the transaction. Am I right or not? So now what I have to do? I have to classify the data, what is required at a particular point of time. Because I should not use all the data unnecessarily. నా దగ్గర ఉంది కదా అని చెప్పి I should not use the data unnecessarily. So I need to classify. This is master data. This is transaction data. This master data need not be used all the time. This transaction data can be used every time a transaction is made. In that way, I will classify the data. Okay. Next. And you can observe some lines we have given in italics. What does it mean? You need not read those lines. It is just given for your information. You need not read those lines and you need not reproduce in the exam. Okay. Now, explain the risk categories associated with data types. Low risk, moderate risk, high risk. This is very easy to understand. Sir, somebody has known my admission number of masterminds. Okay, let it be, no problem. Because what they will do if they just know your admission number in masterminds? Low risk. Okay. Likewise, that means actually data will be divided into private data and public data. So, public data, your Facebook ID, you can share it with anyone. That is a social data and public data. Sir, is there any risk? See, there will be always low risk, but there will be no zero risk. But people love zero risk. Actually, we love zero very much. First of all, we need to come out of that. You should stop loving zero. Because every time we love zero, do you accept it or not? We want zero risk job. Am I right or not? We want zero risk career. Everywhere we want zero interest rate, zero risk, whatever, zero we like. First come out of that. Once you stop loving zero, only then you will become hero. Okay. Who said it? Kiro said it. Okay. So, this is the most important thing. And being students of cost and management accounting and chartered accountancy, even still you are in love with zero interest rate, zero risk, you have not understand anything what is being taught in the classroom. Because there is risk everywhere. Of course, it may be low or high, but risk is always there. There is nothing in this world which is having zero risk. So, even though you share some public data, there is risk, but it is lower risk. And the next one is, if you share some internal data, okay, some data which should not be shared, there may be some moderate risk. But if you share some critical and sensitive data, okay, that will be of higher risk. Critical or sensitive data means what? What is the amount of bank deposits you are having on the name of your company? Why you should share it to everyone? You should not say, sir, we follow democratic style. In our company, from watchman to chairman, everyone will access to every data. Then go to hell. If something happens, you have to face the risk. You should not share all the data with everyone. See, many people, they mix up business ethics and personal ethics. That is the problem. You should not mix up personal ethics and business ethics. Business ethics are different, personal ethics are different. At personal level, it may be wrong, it may be unethical if you keep some secrets. But in business, definitely you need to keep some secrets. You should not share it with everyone. So, that is the most important thing you need to find out. So, next, what is data classification? Data may be classified into restricted data, private data, or public data. Okay. And you know, public data means what? The data which don't require much security, that can be called as public data. Your name, what is great in that? You can share it with anyone, public data. Or the balance sheet of the company, it is being published in the annual reports and it is distributed and it is kept in the website of the company also. Am I right or not? So that is public data. But the bank deposits and the bank deposit numbers, the fixed deposits in the name of the company and the fixed deposit numbers and their passwords, is it public data? No, it should not be shared with everyone. It should be private. Okay. Next one. See, here one beautiful point is said. The form of data categorization is frequently the beginning point for many organizations, followed by subsequent identification and tagging operations that label data based on its enterprise relatedness, quality, and other categories. First of all, you should have this wisdom. Which data is restricted, which data is private, which data is public. Based on that, we will know which data can be shared, which data cannot be shared. But many people will not have this classification. Today, that is the biggest problem with the people. They don't know what can be shared and what cannot be shared. Because they don't know what is public, what is social, what is private. And they are mixing up everything. They are mixing up everything with social. Even the private data they are sharing in the social media platforms. And they are facing a lot of risks. So, what it is said, the form of data categorization is frequently the beginning point for many organizations, followed by subsequent identification and tagging. So first you identify what data it is. Is it private data or public data? Private data means should not be shared with everyone. Even private data also you need to share. For example, I need to share my private data with my doctor. అంతేగాని డాక్టర్ కూడా చెప్పనంటే చచ్చిపోతే, isn't it? So that it should be shared. But with whom? With not everyone. With not everyone. For example, I have some epilepsy and I have a roommate. I need to share it with my roommate. Arre babu, I have some epilepsy. I may faint at some point of time. Immediately there will be a tablet in my bag. You please put it in my mouth. I should tell it to my roommate. No, I should not. I will not disclose to anyone. Then you will faint and nobody takes care and you will die. Do you understand? So, and you need not post it in FB, no? Do you understand what I am telling? I have epilepsy. You need not post it in FB, but it should be definitely shared with your roommate. So these kind of things, this discrimination you need to understand. What to share, what not to share. What is public data, what is private data, what is restricted data, what is sensitive data. Okay. Next. So always the sensitive data remains in its proper location. Sensitive data means what? You have very important documents. It should be in bank lockers. It should be in bank lockers. Now, data classification process and explain steps for effective data classification. See, classifying data may be difficult and laborious procedure. Yes, classifying data is not so easy because deciding whether it can be shared or not, deciding whether it is private or public is not so easy. And you can use automated systems. Automated systems means you can use softwares to classify the data, whether it is public. How softwares will classify the data? We will write a program and basing on that logic, the software will classify the data. Next one. Policies and procedures should be well defined and respectful of security needs and the confidentiality of data kinds and simple enough for staff encouraging compliance to comprehend. That means there should be proper policies and procedures in your company to protect the confidentiality of the data. Confidentiality of the data means, for example, I am keeping a very important data in the hand of an employee. Now I should tell him the company policy and procedure. What I should tell him? Right. This is very important data. If I find that you have leaked this data, you have to face this type of consequences. I should tell him. Only then I should give him the data. Am I right or not? Yes. What are the steps for data classification? First, understand the current setup, creation of a data classification policy, and prioritize and organize the data. What is current setup? That means what is right now, what is happening in your company. Right now in your company, there is no classification like private data, public data, and restricted data. Now what you should do? Create a data classification policy. And from tomorrow onwards, classify the data. This is private data. This is public data. This is restricted data. This can be posted in Facebook. This cannot be posted in Facebook. In that way. You cannot post everything in Facebook, no? You cannot post everything in YouTube, no? In that way. Now, next topic is data organization. Data organization means what? It is a classification of unstructured data into distinct groups. Groups means what? I can organize your data in multiple ways. I can organize your data in day scholars, hostlers, locals, non-locals. Okay. Based on the language you speak, I can organize. Based on and that organization criteria should be legal and constitutional. That also you please remember. You should not classify the data as you like. As you like, you should not do that. It should be accepted by the constitution. Otherwise, you have to face legal consequences if you classify the data other than constitutional things. So, legally, you need to classify the data into different groups. Okay. And that groups you decide based on your context. For example, in business, there may be n number of factors based on which you can classify the data. N number of factors means what? For example, DMart, again you take the example of DMart. They can classify their data into different things. How? How many people are purchasing below 1000 rupees every time they visit the DMart? That is one classification. 2000, 1000 to 2000, 2000 to 3000, 3000 to 4000. That is one classification. Who purchases groceries most and fancy items less? That is another classification. Likewise, in business, you will have n number of classifications. And you should not ask others how to classify the data because it is your business, it is your decision, it is your criteria which you need to classify your own data. Do you understand what I am telling? I should not tell you, you please classify the data like this. No. You are the business owner. You want to make a decision. Then you have to decide in what way you want to classify the data. That is what I am telling you. Okay. And this is one example. The arrangement of student grades in different topics is one example of data organization. That is only one example. But there is no end to classifying the data. No end. Because how many times should I tell? I told you, no, it is your data. It is your requirement. You divide the data according to your requirement. That is the ultimate thing. Okay. Next. What is structured data and unstructured data? See, very easy. Structured data means what? For example, I have given some data neatly formatted in tables. How will you feel about it? It will be very good to look at and it will be very useful. Am I right or not? On the other hand, I have given some bunch of papers, some bus tickets, bunch of papers and all. And on everything, some data is written. And some data is in diagrammatic form, some data is in tabular form, some data is in paragraph style, some data is in some X style, Y style, these all things. Now, what is the use of that data to you? It is unstructured. It is not properly formatted. It is not properly made. I have typed the data in a paragraph format and I have given you. That is all called as unstructured data. Now comes the most important thing. Now, in these 10 questions, let us see any important questions are there. To the best of my knowledge, no such kind of important questions are there. But we can say 4, 5 and 6. You can read them. That will be more important. Now, data distribution. Data distribution means what? Data distribution is a function that identifies and quantifies all potential values for a variable as well as the relative frequency. See, I think all of you might have studied statistics. And just now I told you, without statistics, there is no data analysis. If you want to analyze the data, you need to definitely use statistical techniques. Statistics is called as the gospel of business analysis. That means without the knowledge of statistics, statistical techniques, it is impossible to analyze the data. Okay. So, in statistics, you might have studied about distribution of data, mean distribution, Poisson distribution, these all things. So, for example, if you go to Hyderabad or some other place and if you want to join in data science course, do you know what they teach there? They teach you statistics there. Yes, because without knowing the fundamental principles of statistics, you cannot learn data science. You cannot learn data analytics. You cannot analyze the data. That means already you know how to analyze the data, but you have done that manually. Am I right or not? Statistics faculty came and he taught you how to calculate the mean deviation. He taught you how to calculate the Poisson distribution. He taught you how to make a chi-square distribution. And he has given some basic data, some 10 numbers or 20 numbers of data, or 10 students or 20 students data he has given, and you have done some calculation. But now the point is, if I give you 1 crore data, 1 crore members data, can you take a pen and paper and start calculating all that using pen and paper and make a chi-square calculation? No. Now comes computers into picture. Do you understand? Now come computers into picture. Because you can make a chi-square calculation or a binomial distribution of data on data of some 10 students or 20 students or 30 students or 40 students. But you cannot make it on 10 crore students. So if bulk data comes, definitely computer software come into picture. But the formula is same, my dear friends. Formula is same. Either for 10 students or 10,000 students, the formula is same. But what changes? For 10 students, you can do it on paper. But for 10,000 students, this logic is very simple. 5 numbers or 10 numbers, if I say you can add without a calculator. But if I am telling you very speedily some 120 or 140 numbers, definitely you need to use a calculator. The same logic applies here. But even calculator also uses the same addition technique. Am I right or not? So technique is same. But basing on volume of data, whether you do it manually or electronically, that is changing. That is what I wanted to tell you. So, if you join data science course, what they will teach you? You know, many CMAs, they are doing data science course today. Yesterday, I met a cost accountant who is learning data science because that is very popular today. Now, if you join the data science course, what they teach you? They teach you the same statistical principles, what you learnt in CMA foundation or what you learnt in CA foundation again. But they teach you how to do it with the help of a software. What your statistics faculty at CA foundation level and CMA foundation level taught. He taught you how to do it manually. But if you join a data science course, what the faculty there teaches you? The faculty teaches the same chi-square, the same binomial distribution, the same geometric distribution, the same mean distribution, the same Poisson distribution, how to do it using a software like Python or R or Scala. These are all some data related softwares. So they will teach you how to do with the help of a software. Do you understand what I am telling you? Yeah. So now what is data distribution? Data distribution means what? I take a mean value, I take a central value, and now I wanted to know how many values are nearer to this central value, how many values are far away from this central value. That is what is distribution, how the data is distributed. Let me tell you. See, I have taken a central value like this. Now I wanted to know how many values are very far away from this central value and how many are to the left of this. In this way, I wanted to know how the data is distributed. And that distribution can be known in multiple ways. Multiple ways means Poisson distribution tells one way. Mean distribution will tell in another way. But distribution, if you say data distribution means how the data is distributed, how the data is classified. That I wanted to know. Okay. Say for example, the minimum, if a customer comes to my shop, he should purchase at least 500 rupees. This is my goal. Now I wanted to know how many customers they are purchasing less than 500. How many customers they are purchasing more than 500. I want to distribute my data like this. And I have taken a central value. And now I wanted to know 100 to 200, how many people are purchasing? 200 to 300, how many people are purchasing? I wanted to know. But my mean value, my basic value is 500. 500 should be the purchase. Now, I will make lot of business plans if I have this analysis. Why? Now I came to know, sir, majority of your customers are in the range of 300 to 400. If I know this, what I can do? Life is easy, man. Because what is my targeted value? 500. Now, making a customer who is in the range of 300 to 400 to come to 500 range is very easy. Am I right or not? I can make simple plans and simple strategies, and I can make them to purchase, to come to the range of 500. But my data has shown that majority of your young customers who are in the range of 100 to 200 only, but your dream is 500. Then, basing on that, I need to have a very concrete business strategies. Normal, simple strategies will not work. Okay, like this, basing on the distribution of the data, okay, I can make changes. Do you understand what I'm telling? This is how data is used in businesses, man. For this reason only, today companies are using data analytics softwares. They wanted to know. For example, if majority of the customers are in the range of 300 to 400, who should use whom we should use as our brand ambassador? A normal person, sir. Brand ambassadors need not be very popular, and we need not spend much money on the brand ambassador, because already the customers are in our reach only. But the customers are in 100 to 200 range, and you want to get 500 rupees from every customer in every purchase. That means you need to engage a very powerful brand ambassador, very popular brand ambassador, and you need to spend lot of money. Is it not one conclusion that you can draw? What are conclusions? These are the conclusions, man. What business people will draw. And now now find out. Tollywood. Who is the top hero? That again differs. There are n factors and a lot of criteria will be there. Now let us engage that hero as our brand ambassador. Sir, how many days? Again, analysis. How many days means 1 year, 2 year, 1 year, 2 year, 1. Catch one finger. Decision should not be made like this. Decision should not be made like this. How decision should be made? Inky, pinky, ponky, in this way? No, these are all nonsense ways of making the decisions. In what way you need to make the decision? Now another question came. Sir, how many days should we engage this hero as our brand ambassador? In life, everything is a puzzle and question, man. And how will you answer those questions and puzzles? Data analysis, data distribution. This will give you the answers. Now, find out. In the earlier days, or for our competitors or for others, how many days it took to change a customer to improve his purchasing from 100 to 200 range to 300 to 500 range. How many days it took? If you have data, analyze that. Then you will come to know. Sir, it took almost 36 months to get customers from 100 to 200 range to 300 to 500 range. It took 36 months. Okay. Now engage the brand ambassador for 3 years continuously. This is decision again. This all decision should be made based on data. That is what I am telling you. The data that is available. Any population with dispersed data is categorized as a distribution. Dispersed data means what? Just now I told you. You have taken a central value and the data is dispersed into different ways. Now I want to correlate all that data and I want to get a conclusion. That is called data distribution. Statistics makes extensive use of data distribution. That is why we want statistics for our business data analytics, because statistics have n number of techniques of data distribution. Okay. The data distribution approach arranges the raw data into graphical representations such as histograms, box plots, pie charts, etc. Next, the primary benefit of data distribution is the estimation of the probability of any certain observation within a sample space. That means what? Here we take some data and we categorize 100 to 200, 200 to 300. This is all sample space we call. Now up to here it is enough. You need not write all those things. Next, how many types of data distribution? Discrete data distribution, continuous data distribution. Discrete data distribution means what? Any data, see, you remember one word. Discrete means countable. So if the data is countable, number of students, countable or uncountable? Countable. So a discrete data distribution that results from countable data, or a discrete distribution that results from countable data and has a finite number of potential values. Finite number of potential values means what? You tossed a coin. Is it finite number of possible values or potential values or infinite number? Finite, isn't it? Either head or tails. So when should you use discrete distribution of data or discrete distribution models of data? When the outcomes are having finite potential values and the data is countable or uncountable? Countable. Then you need to use discrete distribution. See, Nana, in statistics, you will have both the methods. What both the methods? Methods of distributing the continuous data and also methods of distributing the discrete data. So first of all, what you should know, whether your data is discrete data or continuous data. What is discrete data? The data that you can count and have finite potential results, values. Now what is continuous data? A distribution with an unlimited number of data points that may be represented on a continuous measuring scale. Okay, that is called as continuous distribution. That is the reason in statistics we have a chapter called random variables. Because when the series is continuous, you cannot check at every point because it is infinite. So that's why what we will take? We will take a random variable and we will try to know its position. Okay. Again, this discrete data is further, sir, I have discrete data. Now, in what way I can analyze that discrete data? You can analyze that discrete data using how many types of distribution? Tell me, 4 types of distribution. What are they? Binomial distribution of data, Poisson distribution of data, hypergeometric distribution of data, and geometric distribution of data. I think in your statistics you might have learned the first 2. Am I right? Binomial distribution and Poisson distribution of data. Now, when should you use binomial distribution of data? Or if you use binomial distribution of data, what you can find? You understand my question? You have some data. Now, if you use binomial distribution on that data, binomial distribution technique on that data, what you can find? That is what I am asking. You did not understand my question? Did you understand my question? You did not understand. Otherwise, you might have answered. What I am asking is, you have some data, man, with you. You have some discrete data. Discrete data means what? Data of countable related things is there. So, if you use some binomial distribution, what you will know from that? Data. You forgot, I think. So, the binomial distribution quantifies the chance of obtaining a specific number of successes or failures of each experiment. That means what? When you toss a coin, okay, what is the rate of success and what is the rate of failure for getting heads? 1/2. Binomial distribution applies to attributes that are categorized into 2 mutually exclusive and exhaustive classes, either head or tail. This is simple to understand, but in a complex way, if you want to use some statistical terminology and say in what way we can say 2 mutually exclusive exhaustive classes. That means what? Head and tail. Head is entirely different, no way related to tail. So what they are? They are 2 mutually exclusive. They are no relation at all. Exhaustive classes. So when you want to know in the something like this in the data, you should use binomial distribution. Now, when should you use Poisson distribution? The Poisson distribution is the discrete probability distribution that quantifies the chance of a certain number of events occurring in a given time period when events occurred in a well-defined order. What are the example? Number of flaws, mistakes, accidents, absentees, etc. What is the average number of absentees in the class in the last week of April every year? If I want to find this from the data that is available with me, what kind of distribution of data should I use? Poisson distribution. Likewise, I wanted to know in which month of the year there will be more road accidents. Which distribution? Poisson distribution or binomial distribution? Here there is period of time. So whenever there is a concept of period of time, which distribution is more appropriate? Poisson distribution is more appropriate. Next one, hypergeometric distribution. It is a discrete distribution that assesses the chance of a certain number of successes without replacement from a sufficiently large population. That means what? See, it is similar to binomial distribution. Hypergeometric distribution is similar to binomial distribution. But what is the difference between hypergeometric and binomial distribution? In hypergeometric distribution, there will be no repetition. There will be no repetition without replacement from a sufficiently large population. Okay. See, it is comparable to binomial distribution. But what is the primary difference? The chance of success is not same for all trials in the binomial distribution, but it is in the hypergeometric distribution. That means what? That means what? Say, I'll tell you. I want to pick some students, and in the previous round I picked a girl, and in the next round I can pick either a boy or a girl. In the case of binomial distribution, if it is heads, it cannot be tail, isn't it? But here it can be anything. So that is called as hypergeometric distribution. And geometric distribution means, here you look at the example. A marketing representative from an advertisement firm chooses hockey players from several institutions at random till he discovers an Olympic participant. That means what? You have some data and you want to find something in that data. And till you find whatever you want, you continuously take sample from that data. And if you do in that way, that is called as geometric distribution. Now coming to continuous distribution. For continuous distribution, we will use 6 types. What are they? Normal distribution, log normal distribution, F distribution, chi-square distribution, exponential distribution, and t-student distribution. You don't unnecessarily spend time reading and trying to decipher all these things. Okay, this is important. Binomial, Poisson, and hypergeometric and geometric. You need not worry about this normal, log normal, F distribution. You can simply skip this. Now, coming to data cleaning and validation. What is data cleaning? Just now I told you data cleaning means process of correcting or deleting. Deleting what? Accurate data or inaccurate data? Inaccurate, corrupted, improperly formatted, duplicate or insufficient data from a data set. That is the process of data cleaning. Because if all that data is there, it is a big headache to us. Because that is not at all useful. And you know, if you don't have correct data, you cannot arrange the data properly. Because if manually you arrange the data, that is different. But softwares, if the data is incomplete, they will arrange in a very illogical manner. That is the reason, if you want a software to arrange the data, you need to give complete data. If some data is missing, if some columns are missing, Okay. The software cannot arrange the data properly. That is why, for example, if I am taking data from you and if I want to arrange the data properly, then I need to take every column from you. If I miss one column of data, then that data becomes useless. Okay. When several data sources are combined, there are numerous chances for data duplication and mislabeling. Yes, that is right. Mislabeling means what? Mislabeling means what? At one site, they called mobile number. At another place, they called phone number. Now there will be a confusion. Is phone number and mobile number same? Or in phone number, the landline number may be given. In mobile number may be given. So this type of things may happen. So you need to be very careful while gathering the data. And sometimes duplicates may come. Duplicates may come means what? He may give the same number in the landline number and also in the mobile number. And fill చేసేటప్పుడు when you look at the people, they fill it in a very illogical manner. They fill whatever they want. And if you take all of that data, majority of the data may not be useful to you. Next, data cleaning is a process of removing irrelevant data from a data set that I have already told you. Sir, who will tell it is irrelevant? Okay, you are telling you need to remove the irrelevant data, but how will I know that it is irrelevant? See, no one will tell you. You have to decide. Why? Because you should know what you want. Anything that you don't want, that is irrelevant to you. Am I right or not? Logic is very simple. First, you decide what you want. If you don't find what that you want, that is all irrelevant. What is great in it? Now, steps for data cleaning. Removal of duplicate and irrelevant information. Duplicate information means what? The same thing, for example, I may get your data 2 times. Remove one. Remove the duplicates. That is the reason you will be given a roll number or serial number or some number will be given, because to remove those duplicates. Okay. And irrelevant information. Irrelevant information you need to decide what is relevant and what is irrelevant. And fix structural errors. Structural errors means what? Unusual naming standards, typos, wrong capitalization, these all. I told you, no, I asked all of you to write your name in capital letters, but you have written it in small letters. What I have to do? Again, I have to convert it into capital letters. Or typos. Typos means mistakes will be there. Okay. Typing mistakes will be there. Format mistakes will be there. ఇప్పుడు అక్కడ MMDDYY. You have to enter the date and they asked you to enter in MMDDYY format. First month, next date, next year. For some months it is okay. But for some months, for example, today's date, 28/4/2023. What is this format? DDMMYY. But what it is asked there? MMDDYY. What you have entered? 28/4/2023 you entered. Is there 28th month? 28th month is there? No. But the system has taken that. Should the system take that? System should not take that. Do you understand what I am telling? So this type of mistakes will be there. You need to check all those things. Typos means while you are typing there will be some mistakes. Mistakes in names, mistakes in your phone number. Some typos means typing mistakes will be there. And these contradictions may lead to mislabeled classes or groups. For example, you have typed N/A, not applicable. May both be present, but they should be examined as a single. For example, a column is not applicable to you. There are n number of ways to put that column. Someone will simply put hyphen. Someone will write nil. Someone will write N/A. Someone will completely write not applicable. Now what I have to do? Hyphen, and someone will simply leave it like that. So empty, nil, hyphen, N/A, not applicable. All these 5 things should be treated as one or not. ఎందుకంటే ఒక్కొక్కలా రాస్తున్నాడు. Everyone has his own way of writing the things. You understand what I am telling? Now filter unwanted outliers. What are outliers? Outliers means observations at first look do not appear to fit inside the data you are aware. Outlier, what is the general meaning of the word outlier? Outlier means we have certain range, and anything which is beyond that range, which do not fit in that range, that is called as outlier. Actually, outlier is a very positive term. Actually, you should try to be an outlier. Outlier means very good performer. Means you are not a normal man, you are an outlier. But in the case of data, we don't want outliers. What we want? We want the data that fit in our situation. You understand what I am telling you? For example, I am collecting the data about day scholars. You are a hostler. Now you are an outlier to my data or not? Are you an outlier to my data or not? Yes. I want to collect all the landline numbers of all of you. But you are telling landline number is not there to me, sir. Then you are an outlier. Likewise, depending on the context, you need to choose who is the outlier and you need to remove that data. Filter unwanted outliers. So this is how you will clean the data. So what is the process of cleaning the data? Removal of duplicate and irrelevant information, fix the structural errors and filter unwanted outliers. Now, sir, what benefits will be there if I clean the data? If you clean the data, you will have validity of the data, you will have accuracy of the data, you will have most important complete data. Complete data. Majority of the times we will not have complete data, that is the problem. We will have arakora data. What you will do with this arakora data? Huh? You will give your name and you will not mention your father name. Of course, if you are a popular figure, I may come to your area and ask your name. But no one knows, except your family member, no one knows you. And if I want to find you in your locality, at least I should know your father name, no? But you don't specify it. What I can do with that data? So the data should be complete and consistent. Another important thing is consistent. So whenever you do this, when you fix structural errors, when you remove duplicate and irrelevant information, when you filter unwanted outliers, what happens? You will have clean data. And if you have clean data, what is the advantage? You will have validity, accuracy, completeness and consistency of the data. And that data is very much useful for your decision making. That is the reason, data seems to be very bulky. But if you process it, if you clean it, data becomes very smaller in size. Because most of the time we will have unwanted data. Most of the time we will have unclean data. So now you need to clean the data. And only that clean data you need to analyze. Whether you apply distribution, binomial distribution, hypergeometric distribution or chi-square distribution, whatever distributions you apply, you should apply it on the clean data. If you apply it in unclean data, it is of no use, waste of time, because the data is not clean. Okay. And these all benefits you can easily read by yourself. Now, data validation and discuss types of data validation. Data validation means what? It is a crucial point of any data management process. It is about collecting information in the field, evaluating data and preparing to deliver data to stakeholders. Collecting data in the field. Collecting data in the field means that you can understand in two ways. Two ways means what? I am collecting your age and you told -40. Immediately what should I tell you? Sir, tell proper age. Why? Because -40 is not a valid age. Okay. So, and if I ask age, some people tell their year of birth. Even that is not also a valid age. So data validation means when I am collecting the data, at the same time I need to validate the data. Then there will be no need of data cleaning also. Am I right or not? Why? In the first place, if I collect accurate data, if I collect perfect data, then there is no need for me to check that data once again. So data validation is the most important thing. And if you blindly accept the data, whatever the user says, you have to face a lot of problems. Okay. Validating the precision, clarity and specificity of data is essential for mitigating project failures. Project failures means what? See, today companies are spending hundreds of crores. Recently, I read some hero company, they are spending some 500 crores on business data analytics. That's not a small sum, 500 crores. And if they gather all this nonsense data and if they analyze the data, what is the use? That will finally lead to the failure of the data analysis project. So, the first and fundamental thing for the success of a data analytics project is data validation. Whenever you are collecting the data in the field means from the person when, see, data is primary data and secondary data, do you know? So, when the data, what is the first step of data? Collection. Collection is the first step, no? And at the time of collection, if you collect it perfectly, then you will have a very good validated and quality data. And that data, tomorrow you use the data in whatever manner you want. You apply binomial, hyperthermic, geometric, whatever, X, Y, Z. But data should be validated. Okay. Now, types of data validation. Data type check. Data type check means what? See, a data, and for example, name column is there. In the name column, some person has written. For example, I have typed my name, Chandrasekhar@420. Or how it can be like that? How it can be like that? How can you allow a special symbol called @ in name column? Should it be allowed? How it can be number in the name? You are, sir, you don't know, we will call some, in history of kings, we will call Donald Trump 2 or like that. 1, 2 you named, in their name it is not there. Okay, that is point number 1. And for your identification, you call 1 and 2, but in their name 1 and 2 will not be there. And in the name column, how you will allow number? No, sir, Elon Musk has recently named his son with a number. Then we need to change that. But in general, in the name column, how will you accept special symbols? How can my name be Chandrasekhar hash? It cannot be like that. Okay, if it is hash, I need to write HASH, but not the hash symbol, because symbol should not be accepted in the name column. Am I right or not? Do you understand what I am telling? Yeah. So, data type check should be there. Next one, code check. Code check means what? For example, if you go to any departmental store, they use only codes. Am I right or not? They used to scan like this, isn't it? They used to scan the objects like this. Now, barcode. So, code check. And sometimes you might have observed, sometimes the barcode will not be scanned properly. Then what they do? If they know, they will enter the number. Otherwise, they'll ask, Bellam enta number? Because there is a code for everything. And again, they should not enter jaggery. No names business in business. Only number. For everything, there should be a code. So, they should enter the jaggery code. Only then the system accept it. So, code check should be there. And next one, range check. Input data falls inside a specific. Just now I told you many times, age. That is range check. Date of birth, range check. Interest rate, range check. Minimum balance, range check. For example, you don't have minimum balance, but still you went into an ATM and inserted the card. Should the ATM give you money? You have some money in the account, but that is below the minimum balance. Now, should the ATM give you the money? No. That means what ATM should do? It should do range check. Okay. Next, format check. This also I told you. In what format the date has to be entered. There it is given MMDDYY. And you have entered 28/4/2023. 28/4 means 28th month, 4th date, 23 year. But 28th month is there. Is there 28th month? No. So immediately what you should tell to the user? Wrong month name. You should tell him. Then he will correct. This is called data validation. See, if you do all these things at the time of entering the data, you will not have many headaches later. Am I right or not? And if you don't check all these things and blindly accept the data what the user enters, later that data becomes useless. And consistency check is a form of logical check that verifies the data has been input in a consistent manner. Checking whether a package delivery date is later than its shipment date is one example. Today I shipped the package, but delivery date I have given day before yesterday. How it can be? Generally, what is the logic? What is the logic? Delivery date should be 2 days earlier than the shipment date or later than the shipment date? Huh? If I am sending the good, what should be the delivery date? 2 days later or 2 days earlier? 2 days later. Am I right or not? But sometimes your software may malfunction and your software may say 2 days earlier. Sometimes this kind of mistakes happens in Zomato, Uber and all. And that becomes a big news sometimes. It happened once in a delivery company. I did not remember the name. Shipment date is today and delivery date is given 2 days earlier. So sometimes these mistakes due to various reasons it happens. So you need to check that. And uniqueness check. Uniqueness check means what? That is the reason we always take numbers. We don't take names. For example, there may be more number of Srinivas in the classroom, isn't it? And a student with name Srinivas, multiple students may be there. But how can I identify them uniquely? I need to give them a roll number. Why did the government give you Aadhaar number? To uniquely identify you in the country. That is what is the full form of Aadhaar number? Unique Identification Authority. Okay. So likewise, in the software also, we need to uniquely identify every data item. So for that, what you will do? You will allot some number. That number may be registered number. In one institution, they call with one name. ICAI calls it as SRO number. CMA Institute calls it as SF number. Government of India calling it as Aadhaar number. Attendance number, registered number, some number. Why? 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 To uniquely identify a particular data. So that is all with that lesson. Now, let us move on to the third lesson. Very easy lesson. Very, very easy lesson. Data presentation. How you present data to others. Visualization, graphical presentation. See, again, don't lose the process. In the first lesson, what we learned? How to gather the data and steps to be taken while digitizing the data, and don't gather the data from everyone, anyone. You follow some ethical principles while collecting the data. In the second lesson, what we learned? How to validate the data, how to clean the data, and how to process the data. Okay, now the data is ready. For what? Presentation. I have analyzed the data, man. I have validated the data, I have cleaned the data, and I have processed the data. That means the data, the item is prepared in the kitchen. Now I have to serve it. I have to serve it to I brought the vegetables, I cut the vegetables, I cleaned the vegetables, I cooked the vegetables. Cooking is ready. Now I need to serve it. Okay, that is third lesson. Presentation. Okay, visualization and graphical. Why data visualization is important? Why it is not important? It is important, no? So finance is able to communicate analytical findings to the entire business through use of data visualization. So finance department should finance department about the status of the company, about the how the company is functioning. So as I have already told you, a picture depicts 1,000 words. Instead of telling that the company is in a deep trouble, we have a lot of debts, and our interest rates are going up, we have a lot of burden of paying the interest rates. And if I tell like this, right now what you are doing, everyone is looking at their own work, nobody is paying proper attention. So if I tell like this, yes, everyone will do their own work, will not pay any attention. But if I show in a graphical presentation, things becomes very easy to understand. Okay, so that is the reason we take visual elements. And several study indicates that 65% of individuals are visual learners. And the teachers in primary schools, they don't know. And they simply beat the children, or they simply intimidate the children, telling that, you remember everything that you have seen in the movie, but not in the textbook. Because your textbook is not visual. Okay. If the textbook is also having lot of visual elements, then students also can easily remember. Okay. Because 65% of individuals are visual learners. If you show them in the form of graphic element, they can easily remember it and they can easily understand it. Discuss the ways involving the finance professionals may be helped by data visualization in analyzing and reporting information. That means how to visualize, how to present the data in a right way. First, know the objective. Know the objective means what? See, there are n number of graphic styles, there are n number of diagrams, but you should know when to use what. When to use what means what? Can you use a pie diagram, or can you use a pie chart to show two data values at the same time? In your lower classes, you have drawn pie chart, no? Pie chart can be used for single data item or multiple data items. Single data item, no? See, I can show a pie chart how I spent my salary, but I cannot show in a pie chart that how myself and yourself spent our salaries. Isn't it? If I want to make any comparison, I cannot use a pie chart. Am I right or not? I can simply use a pie chart when I want to show the distribution of a single entity, but not multiple entities. So this common sense I should have. Otherwise, what I will do? I will use some illogical techniques and try to present. Then it will be messed up. No one understands anything. Okay. So first one, know the objective. HBR Bernito suggests establishment of the information if it is conceptual or data driven. And this is what I told you. If the objective is to display the income from the prior quarter, the goal is declarative. If on the other hand, one is curious as to whether income increase correlates with a social media spending, the object is exploratory. That means what you want to tell to the people, whether you want to tell them the situation. Sir, this is the situation. Then you should use certain types of pictures. If you want to tell them to find something, then the picture should be different. If you want to tell them the facts, the picture is different. If you want to show them the comparison, the tool you need to use is different. That means finally what you should learn? You should learn that you should not use the same picture for everything, the same tool for everything. We have different diagrams and we have different tools. Depending on the situation, you need to use the tool. Otherwise, you cannot tell what you want to tell to others clearly. Okay. Next one. Always keep the audience in mind. Always keep the audience in mind means always keep the C-suite. C-suite means what? The corporate level, the top level people in the organization, they are called as C-suite. So always keep them in mind. Okay. Keep them in mind. What they want? They always want anything, everything to be short and simple. They don't want very long reports. No, they don't want all of that. They want everything to be short and simple. Keep that in mind and make your diagrams and pictures. And invest in the best technology. Invest in the best technology means what? Today you have very best softwares that are available in the markets which can convert your data into pictures. And the best and easily available software, the simple software that is available with us is MS Excel. In MS Excel, we can easily convert the data into a pictorial format, into a visualized format. I am giving some useless data. Don't bother about it. Yes, this is how you can make a data visualization. Okay, you change the data, everything changes. Like this. Okay, it's so simple. But what I'm telling is, you have n number of things here. You have n number of charts here. So you need to understand and know what kind of charts. See, these many charts are there. And everything cannot be used all the time. Depending on the situation, what you want to inform to the people based on that. That means when to use map chart, when to use stock chart, when to use surface chart, when to use radar chart, when to use sunburst chart, when should you use histogram, when should you use funnel model, when should you use column chart, you should know that. It should not be your fancy. Sir, I always like line chart. Okay, but line chart cannot be used for every situation. Depending on that, you need to use. Depending on the situation, you need to use. Improve the team's ability to visualize the data. See, that is why when you write some bank officer's exam and all, there will be a subject called DI. Even in CAT exam also, there will be a subject called DI. DI means data interpretation. So that is a very important thing for office level people, for C-suite people, because by looking at the diagram, you need to interpret the data and you need to understand the situation. So that is what the employee's capability of visualizing the data should be improved. Now, what is the objective of data visualization? This is very easy to understand. If the data is projected in a picture, in a chart, then it becomes very easy for you to analyze the data rather than giving you a very big table, okay, making a lot of calculations. That will be a cumbersome task. Rather, if it is shown in the form of a chart, that will become very easy to you. And faster decision making. Bro, I have given you a table. Just for understanding the table, if it is taking 5 days, then when can you make a decision? Do you understand? So rather, if I have shown you to you in the form of a graph, what happens? What happens? Instantly you can understand the things and you can make decisions very quickly. Am I right? And analyzing complicated data. See, sometimes there will be very complicated data. And if you give all the tables and calculations, the other person, see, the top level people, they don't find time. They are very busy in making a lot of decisions. They are very busy in doing a lot of works. And if you give some unnecessary, very complicated data, that makes their life very complex. So make life simple, man. Make life simple. Use charts, use graphs, use pictorial representation. That will be very much helpful to the C-suite people. C-suite people means the top level decision makers in the organization. Don't make their life complex. That is what you need to understand. And data presentation architecture. Data presentation architecture means what? This you read, you will understand. Defining significant meaning required by each audience member in every scenario. That means in your organization, what finance manager requires, what marketing manager requires, what HR manager requires, you should understand. And basing on their requirement, you need to provide the tools and you need to provide them the data. Obtaining proper data, determining needed frequency of data refresh. Data refresh means what? For example, you want to show your data to the chairman and you want to show the data, the change of data in every month. For chairman, 1 month data refresh is required. But for an operational manager, everyday refresh is required. Do you understand what I am telling? Chairman don't find time to observe the change of everyday data. So for him, what you have to show? You have to show the change of every month in sales. But for an operations manager, every day's change in sales is required. So you have to decide that means what is the final conclusion? Babu, you should not make same data for everyone. Again, you need to offer customized data. The data that you give to your operational manager should be different. The data that you give to a chairman of the company should be different. The data that you give to the watchman of a company should be different. The data that you give to the customer of the company should be different. The data you give to the chartered accountant of the company should be different. And you may say, sir, what you are talking nonsense? It is all sales data. It may be sales data, no problem. It may be sales data. But the periodicity of the data, the quality of the data, the quantity of the data, it all differs from situation to situation, person to person. Do you understand what I am telling? నువ్వు ఇచ్చేది సేల్స్ డేటానే అయ్యా, బట్ ఎవరికి ఇస్తున్నావు? టు whom you are giving? Basing on that, you need to modify the data. Because, for example, you take the operational manager, he is the most important person, he is the sales manager, or the operational manager, he is the most important person who needs to know the minute details of sales. But a chairman of the company need not know the minute details. He wants to know the grosser details. So give him the grosser, give him the minute. Whatever they want, you should give him. That is the most important thing. Okay. We need to start with dashboard, graphs, diagrams, tables, and report design. So in this, what we have to learn is various tools that can be used to present the data. You can present the data in the form of dashboards, graphs, diagrams, tables, and reports. So first of all, let us try to understand what is data visualization dashboard. Before that, let us understand what is data visualization. Data visualization is the visual depiction of data. That we can easily understand. Visual depiction means showing pictorially. Okay. That is called data visualization. And in how many ways you can show the data? You can show the data in the form of dashboards, charts, graphs, maps, etc. And these things are helpful. What? These elements like charts, graphs, maps, they are helpful for comprehension. That means for the understanding of trends, outliers, and patterns in the data. And above all, the most important thing is dashboard. See, today we have dashboard almost in every software. In every app, you will have a dashboard. Of course, as users, you may not have dashboard, but admins, definitely they will have dashboard. For example, I am selling some course material or I am selling some products through an app. So by evening, I wanted to know how many people purchased products from my app. So that I can know from the dashboard. Or for example, I am having a website. For that website also I can have a dashboard. So in that dashboard, everything is shown in a pictorial format. Let me show you. So this is a kind of dashboard where everything, the data will be shown pictorially. Of course, that dashboard, what information the dashboard consists, that depends on the context. If it is related to educational institute, that data will be reflected. If it is related to banking customers, that data will be reflected. But anyway, this kind of dashboards can be useful for data analysis. This data dashboard enables to manage important metrics across numerous financial channels, visualize data points, and generate reports for customers that summarize the results. See, any graphical element, it will summarize the result. Summarize the result means how will you get a pictorial representation? You will get a pictorial representation only when you summarize the data. Summarize the data means you need to aggregate the data, you need to find the totals. Only then it is possible to draw a picture. Using an interactive dashboard, the audience would be able to view the performance of their company at a glance. See, the most important word for the top level management is at a glance. That means at a glance means what? At a single look, you need to understand the situation. That is not possible if you do it with the help of tables and all other stuff. It is possible only with the help of a diagram, with the help of a picture. Now, graphs, diagrams and charts. The first one is bar chart, and there is a chance that this dashboard may be asked in the examination. You please prepare that. And coming to bar chart, see, these all bar chart, graphs, diagrams and charts, they can be asked for short questions. They can be asked, all of them can be asked in a single question, or individually they may be asked for 2 marks questions or 3 marks questions. Now the first one is bar chart. Bar chart is the most commonly used data visualization tool. I have just now shown you bar chart by simply populating some data. So in this way you can populate the data and you can get a bar chart. Okay. So when you should use this bar chart? Bar charts are very useful when the data can be divided into distinct categories. That means how many data series are there here? There are 2 data series. Data series 1 and data series 2. So whenever you have this kind of distinct data series, you can use a bar chart. So you can have a bar chart for even for any number of series. You can have a bar chart like this. Okay. Next one is line chart. Whenever you want to join various data points, displaying them as a continuous progression, so you use this kind of chart called as line chart. Okay. Sir, when should I use this line chart? Whenever you want to observe trends in the data, then the best chart is line chart. That is the reason in stock markets, most of the time these line charts are used. These line charts will help the people to know when a particular stock is rising, when a particular stock is at low, at what time it is at a peak, at what time it is at low. All these things can be known from a line chart. And this line chart, basically it takes time into consideration. At different times, at different days of the week, or at different months of the year, or at different timings of the day, how is the position? If you want to know, the best tool that you can use is line chart. Okay. And the next one is pie chart. Pie chart, I think I need not explain. All of you might have drawn pie chart on your own also. You might have taken protractor and you might have drawn this in your class 8th or 7th. I don't exactly remember. So that is pie chart. So pie chart is a circular graphical representation, and where we will have arc lengths of each slice. And the corporate world and mass media makes extensive use of pie charts. Because when can you use a pie chart? You can use a pie chart when for a single data series only, not for multiple data series. If you want to know the distribution in the sense I told you, for example, how I spend my salary, how much I spend on groceries, how much I spend on rent, how much I spend on savings, how much I make savings. These all things, if I wanted to know, I can draw a pie chart. So the distribution of a single data series can be known from the pie chart. And the next one is map. And this map is also very much helpful to know the sales in a particular region, especially by the companies which are geographically dispersed across the country. They use these maps to find out the sales in a particular region, the sales in Uttar Pradesh, the sales in Madhya Pradesh. So you can take a map, and in that map, using different color combinations, you can locate and you can also populate some data there. That is what I told you. When your business is geographically dispersed in different locations of the country or in different locations of a particular state, you can use this particular map. And density map will tell you the concentration. Concentration means especially whenever you want to show some population related data or some cyclone related data. For example, how much rain that a particular region received in a particular time. For that, you can show in a map using density map. Okay. Or particularly useful when dealing with large data sets including several data points in a limited geographic region. Large data sets means, see, if you take rains, on 28th, what is the rainfall? What is the amount of rainfall? On 29th, what is the amount of rainfall? On 30th, what is the amount of rainfall? On 1st, what is the amount of rainfall? So, lot of data sets. For example, for 1 month, you need to show the rainfall that a particular region is having. So, at that point of time, you can use a density map. And this is a scattered plot. Did you study strategic group mapping in your SM? Strategic group mapping? You did not study that? Right. So, we use these scatter plots for examining the connection between many variables, and a scatter plot displays several unique data points on a single graph. That means on a single graph, if you want to know the performance of different variables. Say for example, I have 4 products, and the sales of those 4 products in the month of January, February, March, April, I wanted to know. So at that time, which kind of chart is more appropriate? This scatter plots chart is more appropriate, because this chart will show me in the month of January, what is the sales of my product A, what is the sales of my product B, what is the sales of my product C. In that way, I can know. Likewise, in the month of February, in the month of March, like this, I can use this plotter scatter plots. And I think you might have studied this in your operations management GNAT chart. Okay, a very, very, very important chart. And we can practically show this GNAT chart using MS project. I think you have one lesson in operations management. Do you remember? MS project you have. You don't remember? You have one lesson, no? MS project. Yeah, project management. In that project management, you will come across this GNAT chart. And this GNAT chart is very, very helpful whenever you want to deal with very large projects, because very large projects, they involve a lot of resources. They involve a lot of labor, lot of other factors. For example, you wanted to know by what time you can complete the project, how many days it takes to complete the project. So if you enter all that data into this GNAT chart tool, that will show you in the form of a chart. A very useful thing it is. And next one is bubble chart. Actually, these bubble charts, in what way it will show? It will show in the form of colored circles, and that the size of the circles will vary depending on the size of the data. If the data is large, the circle size will be large. If the data is small, the circle size will be small. And here, every data item, it will have a different color. Okay. And the next one, this is the histogram. I think you might have drawn this in your early stages, isn't it? That is a histogram to represent the discrete categories of data, like bar chart. And now I need not explain you what is a table. You already know, generally we use tables to represent the data. If you have multiple columns and multiple rows, the best way to represent the data is a table. And tables will be helpful to you to show the data and also for analyzing the data. And I need not explain about table, because even if I give you some data, what you will do? You will immediately draw a table and populate the data into that table. Now, how to use data visualization in report design? That means, see, report designing is the most important thing. Many people don't know how to make a report. Now this question talks about how to make a report and what are the strategic steps that are involved in the report design. First, what is being said? Find a story in the data. Find a story in the data means what? See, whenever you are making a report, the most important thing is the kind of data you are selecting to be shown in the report. See, we face this problem in our office every day. For example, a clerk prepares a report, but that report misses the important data. He will show some data in the report, but that data will most of the time is not relevant. So we need to select the right kind of data. So that is why the first step in making a report is data driven. That means you need to select the right kind of data that what you want to put in the report. See, I'll tell you one very important thing. When you apply for middle level positions and top level positions in a company, your subject knowledge will not be tested. You will be asked to make a report because your intelligence, your knowledge, your thinking, everything can be tested by the report you make. Reports are that much important because reports are the direct tools basing on which we make decisions. If you make improper reports, if you make irrelevant reports with irrelevant data, that will not at all help you to make the right kind of decisions. That is the reason you need to have a right kind of report. Okay. Next, create a narrative. When some individuals hear the term data storytelling, they believe that it consists of few statistics and the task is complete. This is a frequent misconception. Strong data storytelling comprises engaging narrative that takes the audience through the facts and aids in their comprehension. This is the most important thing you need to keep in mind while making a report. Report is not just putting some data randomly. No. Report should be comprehensive. Comprehensive means, for example, I asked your performance report. By looking at that report, I should understand your performance very clearly. In which subject you perform better, in which subject you are lacking, in which subject, at what time you did not perform better, at what time you have improved in that subject. So these all related data should be there. That is called narrative. Otherwise, if you simply give me your marks, what is the use of it for me? So what I want is, I wanted to have a complete understanding about your performance. So for that, a narrative has to be developed. That is what I am telling you. What columns should be placed in the report? What items should be there in the report? That has to be carefully drafted. That has to be carefully crafted. That is very important. So to make an excellent report, what you have to do? Engage the viewer with a catchy title and subheadings. Incorporate context in the data. Create a consistent and logical flow of the columns and highlight significant discoveries and insights from the data. So in your report, what should be there? What are your findings? That should be there. What is the relevant data? That should be there. What is the context? See, that is what I am telling you. You need to select the data depending on the context. In the previous session, I told you. For example, your mobile number is not related, is not required whenever I am talking about your performance. So why that column is necessary in the report? That is not a required column. Why unnecessarily you put that column in the report? It is of no use. It do not add any value. Okay, that is the most important thing. And choose the most suitable data visualization. Most suitable data visualization means, okay, in the report you have given some tables, that is fine. But you need to make some data visualization pictures also. So what will you use? Do you use pie chart for everything? Do you use bar chart for everything? Do you use scattered plot for everything? Do you use density map for everything? No. Depending on the situation, what you want to depict, what you want to tell, that you need to think. Okay. Next one, choose the most suitable data visualization. See, your report should consist of tables and also images, charts and all. So you need to select the right kind of data visualization tool. In the previous question, we have studied when to use a density map, when to use a scattered plot, when to use a pie chart. So basing on the context, see, no one will tell you which one to use. You have to decide depending on the context. So the most important thing is context. What you want to tell through the report. Basing on that, you need to select which data visualization tool and follow the visual language. Visual language means what? Data visualization principles in order to achieve both uniformity and comprehension. That means, for example, if you are using a line chart, if you are using a map, so in that map, there will be lot of things. So you need to follow the visual language means what? Every chart, every graph, it will have its own terminology, and basing on that, you need to follow that. Next, publicize the report. Publicize the report means you send the report for whom you want to send it. If it is a public report, yes, you can put it in the website of your company, or you can print it in the newspaper, or you can print it in the annual report, or if it is a confidential or internal report, you need to send to the people to whom it should be received. Now, what are the different tools and techniques that are available for visualization and graphical presentation? See, for example, I have shown you a very simple tool for data visualization, that is MS Excel. But this MS Excel is having very limited features, okay, very limited things for drawing the visualization. But we have specialized softwares like Tableau and Microsoft Power BI. So these two softwares, they are very powerful in the sense they have many features. See, MS Excel is also having some features, but these are very elementary, these are very fundamental, very basic features. But if you want extensive features, large number of features to draw reports, then the softwares that you need to use are Tableau and Microsoft Power BI. Okay, these are the two important softwares. So Tableau is a data visualization application for creating interactive graphs, charts and maps. Sir, how to do it? Right now in Excel, in what way I did? I simply entered the data and clicked on the chart what I want. I got it. In the same way, you can enter the data and you can get. But for example, if you want a map, that you cannot get in MS Excel. In MS Excel, maps are not there. But if you want to get a map, yes, you can get it from Tableau. Okay, that is what you need to understand. And it enables one to connect many data sources and generate visualization in minutes. Many data sources means what? See, in Excel, what I did, I have entered the data source here, isn't it? This is the data source. Otherwise, how did this diagram came? This visualization came from this data. Isn't it right or not? For example, if I change this data, everything is changing, no? Everything is changing. So what is the data source? Here is the data source. But sometimes we can take data source from other websites, we can take data sources from other places, and we can simply draw pictures whatever we want within no time. That is the speciality of Tableau. And Tableau is made by one company, and Microsoft is also having a similar tool, and the name of that is Power BI. Okay, Power BI. Here BI stands for business intelligence. Power business intelligence. That means, what is a report actually? You please tell me. The data what you are showing in your report is a business intelligence. Business intelligence means what? It is the intelligence that you are supplying to your business heads about your business. So the softwares which will help the top level management for understanding what is happening in the business, they are called as business intelligence softwares. So that software you can use, and we already know about Microsoft Excel. Okay, and there is another software called ClickView. Okay, using ClickView software also you can analyze the software, you can analyze the data in a much powerful manner. So with that we have finished the third lesson also. Now the last lesson, data analysis and modeling. Now what is data analytics? Data analytics is the science of evaluating unprocessed data sets to draw conclusions about the information they contain. So data analytics is the science of evaluating unprocessed data sets. Unprocessed data sets means what? Now what is a data set? Data set is a collection of data. What is the definition of a set in mathematics? Collection of elements, isn't it? A set of elements. So data set means what? Collection of data. So what is data analytics? It is a science of evaluating the unprocessed data sets. That means you have a data that is called data set, and now you want to analyze the data. How you will analyze the data? In the previous session I told you, you will analyze the data using some statistical techniques. Okay. So the softwares which use these statistical techniques to analyze the data, all those softwares we can count them under a subject called as data science or data analytics. Okay. Sir, what will happen if you analyze the data? What will you know if you analyze the data? It will help you to identify the patterns in the raw data and extract useful information from them. See, if you analyze the data, if you twist and turn the data, if you modify the data, if you sort the data, if you classify the data, if you validate the data, if you clean the data, if you aggregate the data, if you summarize the data, what happens? See, I have used a lot of terms right now. What are all these? These all things come under one thing called data analytics. Cleaning the data, validating the data, aggregating the data, modifying the data, sorting the data. What are all these? These are all data processing. This all comes under data analytics. And you need to analyze the data using statistical techniques like in the morning session we have studied. First of all, we need to find out whether it is a continuous data or discrete data. If it is a discrete data, we have certain techniques like binomial distribution, Poisson distribution, these all things. If it is continuous data, we have F distribution, these all things. Okay. Applications containing machine learning algorithms, simulation and automated systems may be utilized by data analytics procedures and methodologies. See, till recently this data analytics work is being done by normal softwares, but today AI is everywhere. Artificial intelligence is everywhere. So today, artificial intelligence based softwares, they are making this data analysis. What is that artificial intelligence and all? We will learn in the coming questions. For human usage, the systems and algorithms process unstructured data. Unstructured data means the data in the form of paragraphs, the data in the form of files, the data in the form of pictures, images, okay, that is all called as unstructured data. Unstructured data. So today softwares are analyzing that unstructured data also. Okay, see, today we have pattern recognition softwares where they recognize your face. Am I right or not? Now you please tell me, is your face a structured data or unstructured data? It is unstructured data. Okay, but the software could able to recognize you, and just by looking at you, it is simply giving all the data of you. How is it possible? Because today softwares are able to analyze the unstructured data also, and they are giving you the required information. Data analytics enables businesses to boost market efficiency and increase profits. That is the reason today companies are spending hundreds of crores of rupees on data analytics, because they want to boost their efficiency and increase their profits. Okay. Why? In what way the profits will be increased? Because if they have right kind of data analysis in their hand, they will have right kind of knowledge and they can make better decisions. I cannot say the most perfect decision. The most perfect decision will never be there, but they can make at least a better decision. At least they will not make costly mistakes. Okay. Yeah, from morning I am telling you the same thing. If you analyze the data, what happens? The data evaluated and used to assist firms in gaining a deeper understanding of their customers. What do you mean by deeper understanding of their customers? We also tell no. you did not understand me, you misunderstood me. Not this kind of understanding. Deeper understanding of the customer means what customer wants, what customer likes, in what way he likes it, where he likes it, how he likes it, why he likes it. So these are all the critical questions, and we need to find answers to these critical questions using statistical techniques. You should never forget that statistics. Whenever we are talking about business data analytics, we should never forget the word statistics, because without statistical techniques, you cannot analyze the data. Okay. Statistics is such a useful subject. Now you should understand why CA and CMA institutes make you to learn statistics. It's easy. It is not a gap filler. Oh, 40 marks kedo padadamani pettindi kaadu. It's not a gap filler. Okay. It is such a useful subject for business. At higher levels in the business, if you want to analyze anything, you cannot do it except without the use of statistical principles. Okay. Analyzing their promotional activities, customizing their content, developing content strategies, and create new products. For all these reasons, this data analysis is useful. Creating new products. For example, if a company wants to launch a new product, see, launching a product into the market is a very tough thing. And in India, according to 2019 estimate, I am telling, not 2023. I don't know, and I have never gone through after COVID. But before COVID, in India, the promotional expenses of a new product launch is 100 crores. That means, I'm not talking about manufacturing costs and all. No, I'm just talking about promotion. To launch the product into the market and make promotion of that product in the market, the minimum estimated expenditure is 100 crores. So, for example, if a product was launched in the market and it was failed, is it not a big loss to the company? Because they spend just 100 crores for marketing and advertising. And distribution expenses will be there, manufacturing, setting up of plant and machinery, lot of things are there. So, if a product is failed in the market, then it will incur heavy losses to the organization. So, how can you arrest that? How can you stop that? If you have better data analysis, you can understand the customer better, their tastes and preferences, the timing. These all things you can understand in a better way, so that you can minimize. I am not telling you can zero in. No, not zeroing in will not be there, but you can minimize. Now explain the process of data analytics. So how will you analyze the data? First of all, criteria for grouping the data. Data may be segmented by variety of parameters including age, population, income and sex. The data values might be either numeric or category. So to analyze the data, first what you have to do? You have to collect the data. And in what way you need to collect the data? You need to collect the data and group it. You need to collect the data and group it. Group it based on, how will you group the data? Morning I told you, you can group the data in different ways. You can group the data based on day scholar, hostler, local, non-local, age, population, income levels, medium of instruction. There are n number of ways to group the data. For example, all of you are sitting here. Now I can group your data in different ways. And I will have n number of lists, n number of data sets. You may be very few students, but this data, again, if I categorize it into based on different criteria, I will have different data sets. Am I right or not? And next, first you need to select the criteria for grouping the data, and then you start collecting the data. From where you collect the data? You can collect the data from internet sources, computers. You can collect data directly from the people, or you can collect from community sources. Like, I can go to a particular community center and get the data of all the people. For example, I want to get the data of visually challenged people. I can go to a community place where all the visually challenged people register their names, and I can get data from there. Or I can get data from certain websites. Even some websites also provide data. Okay. See, I'll show you. For example, if you want to have a data about a company, for example, you are planning to invest in a company and you want to get the data of it. Where from you get the data? For example, I want to invest in Reliance Industries. So from where I can get the data? I can get data directly by going to their website, Reliance Industries. Okay, and I need to check here our company, products, brands. I need to go through all these things, E2B. So these all, I need to completely study this website and get some data. But I want some investment data related to this. Then I can go to some NSE or BSC website. So I can get some trading data related to Reliance from NSE website. And this data also I gather. But I want still more strategic data related to this Reliance. Then I can go to a company like, see, today data is a biggest business. There are many companies which offer you data. Now I can go to this type of company like S&P Global. Earlier it is called as Capital IQ. See, cookie settings, accept all cookies. What is this? Morning we learned data ethics. Data ethics means first inform the user that you are collecting the data. Take their consent. Cookie settings or accept all cookies. I am clicking accept all cookies. Okay. Now, this all information they'll give you about a particular company. Okay. Climate credit analytics. See, this is the world of business which you need to understand actually. Because from morning I am telling you, lot of data is required to make a decision. So what it is said, do you need to assess impact of climate change on your portfolio? Translate complex climate scenarios into drivers of financial performance and carry out counterparty and portfolio level analysis for thousands of companies across multiple sectors. You know, Tata's, they spend nearly 100 crores every year to get climate data. Climate data means what will be the climate in the northern region? What will be the density of rainfall? Okay, this all data they used to gather, and basing on that they make the production scheduling, they decide about new product launch, these all things. So what I wanted to prove by showing all these things to you is the importance of data and its analysis. Okay. So you will understand. So in this way, you can get lot of data that is related to your context. You can collect the data from various sources, from internet, from websites, and you can bring all of the data at one place. And second one and third one is organize the data. So once you collect the data, what you have to do? You need to arrange the data so that it can be analyzed. Statistical data can be organized on a spreadsheet or other program capable of handling statistical data. Statistical data means, for example, see what NSE is showing. NSE is giving you lot of statistical data. So this is all statistical data. Now, if you can paste all the data in a MS Excel like spreadsheet, it seems. So you will paste all the data in this MS Excel, and here in MS Excel you will have a menu called data. You click on that. you find lot of analysis tools. Here there is an analysis called what if analysis. Goal 6, scenario manager, these are very important things. Likewise, forecast sheet to forecast your data. Use historical data to create visual forecast worksheet. That is the reason we tell that CA and CMA students, especially CA and CMA inter students, they should have very good knowledge in MS Excel. After your CMA inter, it is always a very good thing that you try to get mastery in MS Excel software, because this MS Excel is very much useful to you. It is very much useful to you in your articleship as well, and also in other areas, right? In MS Excel, you will have lot of things like formulas. Here, you will have statistical formulas also. Yeah, here you have statistical formulas. Whatever you want to find on the data, deviation, average, okay, binomial distribution. See, you need not try hard on pen and paper, using pen and paper. Simply you enter the data and that will show you the binomial distribution of the data. Binomial distribution of a particular range. Chi-square distribution, just now we learned, that is there here. So likewise, there are, see how many statistical functions are there. Standard deviation, mean deviation, t-test, p-test, standard deviation, mean deviation, quartile deviation, permutations and combinations, everything is there. You simply just enter the data, it will show you the result. It will show you the answer. Saves a lot of time. So, in this way, and likewise in MS Excel, you have another thing called as pivot table, which is very, very important. Anyone who learns MS Excel, they definitely learn a tool called as pivot table, which is helpful for planning and scheduling. So, this is what you need to understand. That is called organizing the data. And after pasting the data in MS Excel, what you have to do is you have to clean the data. Clean the data means what? See, in MS Excel, you will have filters. Do you find here filter? The word filter. What it will do? Turn on filtering for the selected cells. So what this filter will do? Basing on the condition you give, it will filter the data so that all the unnecessary data will be removed and only the necessary data will be shown to you. That is called data filtering. This is what I am telling you from the morning. Everything that is given in this subject is 100% practical, which you can see in the real world. Okay. And next one, adopt the right type of data analytics process. What kind of data analytics you want to do? You want to do descriptive analysis or diagnostic analysis, predictive analysis or prescriptive analysis. I think we will learn what is descriptive analysis. Descriptive analysis means I have given some data and you want to analyze the data and describe that data. This is the situation, this is the position, sales is increasing, sales is decreasing. That is called descriptive analysis. Diagnostic analysis means this is the problem. Diagnosing the problem by looking at the data, you need to find out what problem is there. That is called diagnostic analysis. And what is predictive analysis? Predictive analysis means next year this is going to happen. How did you say that? Basing on the historical data. Basing on the past data, you can predict what may happen in the future. That is called as predictive analysis. And what is prescriptive analysis? Prescriptive analysis means what should be done. That is called prescriptive analysis. Do you understand what I am telling here? So, descriptive analysis means it just describes what is there in the data. Diagnostic analysis means it will try to find out the problem. Predictive analysis means it will try to foretell, it will try to forecast, it will try to predict what is going to happen. And prescriptive analysis means what solution we need to adapt. That means in the market, these 4 types of softwares are available. That is what you need to understand. Some softwares will help you for descriptive analysis. Some softwares will help you for diagnostic analysis. Some softwares for predictive analysis and some softwares for prescriptive analysis. Do you understand what I am telling you? No, I will not leave so simply. I will show you here. Wait. See, you have in what if analysis, how many tools are there? scenario manager, goal seek, data table. For example, the scenario manager is there. That scenario manager is a descriptive analysis tool. Descriptive analysis tool means what? Using that scenario manager, you can know what is the scenario, what is the situation. It will describe that. Okay. Now, discuss the benefits of data analytics. This is a common question getting repeated in every lesson. Companies can use information gained from data analytics to base their decisions, resulting in enhanced outcomes. From morning, I am telling you the same thing. Okay. Using data analytics significantly reduce the amount of guesswork. This also I told you. If there is no data analytics, what you have to do? Close your eyes and do guesswork. Am I right or not? Am I right or not? See, I asked you a question. In front of you, there is a textbook which contains that answer. What you will do? You will refer the textbook and tell the answer. Otherwise, what you will do? You know what to do. In the exam, you will do. Okay, you do some guesswork, isn't it? And write something. And that is fluke. That is, it may or may not work. Isn't it? So, if there are no data analysis tools, or if there is nothing at your disposal to analyze the data, simply you will close your eyes and say, and basing on sixth sense, seventh sense, gut sense, common sense, you will make some decisions. Okay. Using, increase in efficiency of operations. See, whenever you have right kind of information and knowledge at your disposal and accordingly make a decision, what happens is, you can minimize the wastage of resources. Am I right or not? Minimize the wastage of resources, and you can optimally utilize the resources. See, I have made a decision simply using guesswork. Now what happens? The probability of getting that decision, or the probability of getting failure from that decision is more. Am I right or not? So, if the decision turns out to be a failure, it's a wrong decision, and if I get lot of failure, am I right or not? And the resources gets wasted. But if I make a decision based on some logic, basing on some science, basing on some proven statistical techniques, basing on some right kind of data, then what happens? Of course, there is no guarantee. Even then the decision will be 100% perfect. But the probability of getting success is more. Do you understand what I am telling? See, you made a decision based on your guesswork. Now what I am telling? The probability of getting failure is high. You made a decision based on data analytics. Then the probability of getting the success from that decision is high. Simple logic. But we cannot say, if you make a decision entirely on your guesswork, you will fail. We cannot say that. We cannot conclude that. Or we cannot conclude that if you make a decision based on data analytics, it will be 100% successful. No. Why? Why can't we say that like that? Because you should never forget that we are working in more unstable, dynamic, and business environment where everything keeps on changing all the time, right? And improved service to stakeholders. See, if I understand you better, I can service you in a more better way. Am I right or not? If I know your likes and dislikes, if I know what you want, when you want, why you want, how you want, where you want, then I can offer you a more customized product. Then that product will not be my product, it is your product. Am I right or not? See, slowly the companies should, see, I'll show you the journey that needs to be made by the companies. So the journey starts from here and it slowly progresses, and the journey should progress to this point where it should reach me. Because at the end of the day, customer wants his own product. His own product means not made by him. I only made for you. Okay, but in what way I should make the product? The product should be made in a more customized way. That means I should have a deeper understanding about your consumer behavior, about the consumer behavior, how the consumer behaves, that I need to have. Okay. That is the reason today companies are purchasing Facebook data, WhatsApp data, companies are purchasing data. Whenever companies listen the word data, immediately they go there and stand in the line, data please, data please, data please. How much you want, you tell me, I'll pay. Because they want data. Do you think that every data they have will be useful to them? No. They may have this much of data. They may have a gold mine, but all gold mine is not gold, isn't it? If you mine up 1 ton of gold mine, you will get 1 gram of gold. But definitely we need to mine, otherwise you cannot get it. Am I right or not? But that 1 gram is very valuable. You may have this much of data. You may have some 1 terabyte of data. But in that 1 terabyte of data, finally you will get the most useful data, 10 KB. 10 kilobytes of data will be there. But you need to spend some 10 lakhs to get that 1 terabyte of data. And you need to use another 10 lakhs to mine that data, to analyze that data. And finally you get 10 names, prospective customers. That is better, no? That is better, no? See, in the regular class, I told one example. I have started a course. I have started for example, I have started an institute and I have started a course. I have printed some 10,000 pamphlets and stood near Shankar Vilas and distributing the pamphlets. How people will react? One person will take the pamphlet, use it as a face tissue and throw it away. Another person takes the pamphlet and turn backside white paper, use it for rough work, keep it in the pocket. And another person asks, give 2 more pamphlets, rough work, paper shortage. So, likewise. Another person simply look at the pamphlet and look at my face and throw it away. Okay. That means 10,000 pamphlets I have distributed. Now you please tell me how many people will turn up to my place. Not even 0.1%, man. Do you think that every person who takes your pamphlet will come and join? You might have taken pamphlets of many institutes. What you did? Some you used as workbooks or rough books. Huh? Whatever. Kata cases kuntaru kontamandi. Lot of things. Now, if I know, instead of standing at Shankar Vilas, 4/18 is the right place to stand because there are more number of my customers there. Then what happens? It will be more useful to me. But that information is very critical. That information is very valuable. Am I right or not? Otherwise, if I don't know that information, unnecessarily I will stand at Shankar Vilas and distribute the pamphlets to all unnecessary people also. But the same 10,000 pamphlet, if I distribute there at 4/18, that will be more useful. Then another guy told me, sir, again in 4/18 area, the 3rd street, you will have definite customers there. Okay. Then I am nearing to my customer. And another person told me, sir, you look at that apartment. In that apartment, there are number of customers. I came much more nearer to the customer. Okay. Then another person told, sir, 3rd floor, 302, go and knock the door. The customer is there. Then I went to 302 and knocked the door. The customer opened the door and joined. Okay. My customer is there, but I am distributing pamphlets at Shankar Vilas. There is a lot of distance between myself and my customer. So, every day, every moment, what I wanted to know, I wanted to find out where is my customer. Where is my customer? Okay. So, it is not enough to know where is my customer, but also I wanted to know what he wants. In what way he wants. That is also very important. Okay. For example, Indian customer also want to use shampoo. And Unilever started selling shampoos in bottles. But nobody purchased them. All the Indian customers before LPG in India, what they used to do? There is one famous comedy scene in a Telugu movie, no? You just simply hang the chicken and eat white rice by looking at that chicken. In the same way, Indian customers also did. By simply imagining the shampoo, they used to use some shikakaya or some soap nut because they are not in a position to purchase the shampoo bottle. Now it is C.K. Prahalad who told the companies the theory called bottom of the pyramid. That means, array, if you want to sell more to the Indian customer, you should not put shampoo in a bottle, rather you need to put shampoo in a sachet and sell it to the basic currency of the country. What is the basic currency of the country? 1 rupee. So you need to make made available the shampoo packet for 1 rupee, then customer will buy it. Then immediately all the companies started offering the shampoo in sachets. And immediately what happened? The sales have zoomed up like anything. That means customer wants to use shampoo, but that shampoo is not available to the customer in the manner he wants, because he don't want bottle, he wants sachet. Why? Sir, what happens if we purchase the bottle? They cannot purchase, the income levels of the people do not allow the people to purchase a bottle directly. Till now I remember that once upon a time Clinic Plus shampoo bottle is 53 rupees. I wanted to buy it, but I cannot buy it. I wanted to buy it. What the theory of demand says, desire to buy. Okay. But ability to pay is not there. Desire to buy is there. Then what company should do? Company should simply sit like this, improve ability, improve. No, their ability will never improve. You have to go to their ability. So instead of selling 53 rupees bottle, sell 1 rupee sachet. Because he is having ability to pay immediately. Then that creates demand for your product. Do you understand what I am telling? How companies know all these things? By closing the eyes, by going to the astrologer, or by data analysis. Data analysis. Gather the data, collect the data, what is happening, what are the income levels of the people, what is the average income of an Indian household, how many employed people are there, what is the average income of an employed people, what is the average income of occupation, people having their own occupation. Like this, you need to gather varied data and you need to come to conclusion. And from that conclusions comes insights. The most important word here is insight. Insight means, see, just by looking at the data, everyone cannot understand. You need to think deeply using your knowledge, the data that is available to you. Then you will get a lot of insight. That is the most important thing. See, this is what the customer wants. For example, in future, if you want to enter into business, you need to remember all these points. Customer wants personalization. I told you, no? You are now simply telling I am using this brand and that brand. But actually, in the deepest core of your heart, there will be only one brand, that is my brand. You want your brand. Okay. Now, data mining and implementation of data mining. Define data mining. Data mining is also known as knowledge discovery in data. I told you, I have this much of data. See, the diagram is very appropriate. Using spade and hammer, we are digging the data. Because I have this much of data. Data warehouse. See the name. Data warehouse. Data mountain. Now what I have to do? I have to dig it. I have to mine it. And get the gold out of the gold mine. You should not boast that, telling that I have a gold mine. What you will do with the gold mine? What you want? Gold or gold mine? Gold. But gold mine should be there. But if you just have gold mine, it is not useful, no? You need to mine it and get the gold out of it. What do you say? Someone is asking butter, you are showing milk. They want butter, and you are telling that butter is there in the milk. Then get it. Get the butter out of the milk. Using some techniques, using some processes. Then what do you have to do? Already butter is there in the milk, man. You need to discover it. You need to process it and you need to discover how much of butter is there in the milk. Am I right? In the same way, data mining is a means of knowledge discovery in data. It is the extraction of patterns and other useful information from massive data sets. Data set means small data, 10 members data, 15 no. Crores of customers. Companies like Unilever, Procter & Gamble, ITC, what they do? They take data of all the Indian customers and they try to analyze the data. Then how much data it will be? It will be a massive data. And from that massive data, they want to find conclusions. Advancement of data warehousing technologies and the expansion of big data sets supports business in translating their raw data into meaningful information. See, once upon a time, companies did not have the facilities to store the data, did not have the facilities to keep the data. But today, the hardware has become much cheaper. Today, you can store your data in a hard disk. You can store your data in pen drive. Why hard disk and pen drive? The next concept is cloud. You can store your data in a cloud. Okay. And you can get it whenever you want. That means today you have opportunities to store your data. So once you store your data, what happens? You will get the idea. Why can't I use the data? Do you understand? See, once upon a time in India, who is the father of white revolution in India? First tell me. Verghese Kurien. Okay. And he is such a great man. Today each one of you and me should remember Verghese Kurien, because today India is the largest producer of milk products in the world and we are also exporting them. But during 1960s and 70s, many Indian children, they faced the problem of nutrition because of not even the pregnant woman and newborn child, they did not have sufficient milk. And many people died because of malnutrition. But today, a glass of milk is being served in the schools and milk has become so abundant in our country right now. That is all because of the policies and principles formulated by Verghese Kurien, who brought white revolution in the country. But then they faced one problem. The milk production improved. And it improved a lot that lot of milk is being wasted. And at that time, India is not having sufficient technology to store the milk. So what they did? They used to drain away the milk. It is a painful thing. Am I right or not? First, you learned the art of producing the milk. What happened? Production has grown a lot. And we have a lot of milk at our disposal right now. And now we have another problem. We don't have the storage techniques, the storage technology. Today, you may say, sir, why put in the refrigerator? If you put in the fridge, it will be stored. How many days? So at that time, we don't know pasteurization technology. We don't know cold storage technology at that time. Okay. And again, they went to other countries, foreign countries like Belgium and all, and they learned the storage technology, fermentation technology. They learned the techniques of making butter, cheese, paneer out of this milk. They came back to India and they started. Then, out of the total milk produced, the milk that is used directly is very less. Today, we are using more milk for making paneer, butter, cheese. See, once upon a time in India, paneer butter masala, paneer dosa, cheese spread, these are all luxury things. But today, even in a roadside dosa stall, they are asking, paneera, buttera, they are asking. Means it has become so wide and abundant. Okay. Why I am telling you all these things? Once upon a time, we have drained away the milk because we don't have facilities to store it. Likewise, once upon a time, there are no facilities to store the data. But today you have a lot of facilities to store the data so that you are having data warehouses. Earlier you used to have a warehouse for your physical objects. But where is the warehouse for your data? Not there. But today there is data warehouse. because the hardware has become so cheap today. Data warehouse. So you store your data there. So once you have data in your data warehouse, what will be the next idea? The next idea is we have lot of data and we may find lot of valuable information in that data. Why don't we get it? And there comes data mining into picture. Do you understand what I am telling? At first, what is required? At first, what is required? At first, what is required? Data warehousing is required. Why? Are Babu, if you store the milk first, then you can think what to do with the milk. Am I right or not? So what is important first? Data warehousing is important. First you store the data. Then comes, okay, data is stored. Now what to do with the data? You mine the data. After data warehousing comes data mining. Mining means already you have data warehouse, no? Now you open the data warehouse and start digging the data. Digging the data means not literally. Digging the data means use some statistical techniques to analyze the data. Okay, that is what you need to understand. The data mining techniques may be categorized into two primary purposes: describing the target data set or predicting the results using machine learning algorithms. That means in what way you can use the data mining to describe the target data set. That means what you want to find from a particular data. That can be done either manually or through artificial intelligence algorithms. And these strategies are used to organize and filter the data, bringing to the surface the most relevant information. నాకు ఇది చెప్తుంటే పాలే గుర్తొస్తుంది. ఎందుకు? When you churn the milk, what happens? The butter comes to the surface. Likewise, ఇక్కడ కూడా ఏమంటున్నాడు చూడండి. This data mining strategies, in what way they will be helpful? They will be used to organize and filter the data, bringing to the surface the most relevant information. See, data will have lot of valuable information, but that cannot be seen very easily. It is deep inside. Now what you have to do? You have to mine the data using statistical techniques, and you need to bring those hiding trends in the data to the surface so that everyone knows those trends. Do you understand? See, that is the reason. For example, if I give a table of data to every one of you sitting here, do you think that every one of you get the same idea by looking at the table? No. Some of you may just read the numbers and throw away the paper. Someone might do some basic calculations and try to know something in it. For example, she knows only mean. She knows median and mean. She knows median, mean and mode. She knows binomial distribution. She knows probability also. She knows Poisson distribution. He knows quartile deviation. He knows standard deviation. He knows mean deviation. He knows chi-square. He knows sampling. Now, some data I have given to every one of you. What happens, you tell me? She only knows mean. So she will find the mean of the data and try to know something. Oh, this is the total of the data. Okay, throw the paper. She knows median and mean also. So she will try to find out the mid value of the data. That means another one more insight she got. And she knows median, mean and mode. So she finds out the most repeating data, median, mid value of the data and the total sum of the data. But the last guy who knows median, mean, mode, quartile deviation, mean deviation, standard deviation, binomial distribution, chi-square, Poisson distribution and all things. And that boy is sleeping, I think. Okay. Yeah. So he knows everything. Now he can get better analysis of the data because he knows all these techniques and he will employ all these techniques on the data, and each technique will tell him some clue, will give him some clue in the data. Now that guy can bring out the hidden trends, the hidden things in the data onto the surface. Okay. Now, explain the process of data mining. Data mining is having 4 steps: establishing objectives, acquiring and preparing data, implementing data mining techniques and assessing the outcomes. First one, setting the business objective. This is very important, no? Before starting processing of milk, you should decide what you want to make. Ice cream, butter, paneer, cheese. Let's say it is not like that. First you need to determine what you want. Likewise, if you want to mine the data, what you should do? First you need to find out what you want from the data. Basing on that, you need to use the technique, no? See, on every data, you should not use chi-square, Poisson, all the techniques will you employ? No. Depending on the context, depending on the situation, depending on the objective, what should be used? First, you need to determine that. And preparation of the data. Preparation of the data means what? It is simpler for data scientists to determine which collection of data will assist the company in answering the crucial questions. For example, if you join in data science course and if you learn about data science, you can easily understand. For example, I am asking you, sir, you please show me the trend of decline in my data over a period of 3 years. This is my query. I am a business owner and I have asked you a query. I want to find out how the sales is declining from the last 3 years. I want to know the trend of it. Then you are already a learned data scientist. Then you will know, okay, this is the query. So to give answer to this query, what should be done? So accordingly, you will come out. You will know what to do and you will find that data and give the result to me. For that, I will pay some money to you. Everything at the end of the day is payment. Okay. Next, model building and pattern mining. What these statisticians or data scientists will do. See, today the modern name for a statistician with computer knowledge is data scientist. You are having statistics knowledge but not having computer knowledge. You are not having software knowledge. Then you are a simple statistician. But you are a statistician and having very good knowledge of Python programming language, R and Scala languages also. Then you have a new name called as data scientist. Because you are a data scientist. See the name? Why don't we call simply data engineer or something? Why we are calling data scientist? Because he is discovering something in the data. He is helping you, the companies, to discover something in the data. Okay. Now, data scientists may study an intriguing relationship between the data, such as frequent patterns, clustering algorithms, correlations, depending on the sort of. These are all statistical terms. So, these data scientists, what they will use? They will use this statistical. They know when to use correlation, when to use distribution, when to use chi-square, when to use sampling, when to use pattern recognition. They know. So accordingly, they use those techniques and they find and get the data to you. Okay. And they also use some deep learning algorithms. That means they also use some artificial intelligence softwares and they'll try to build a model. See, for everything you need to build a model. Please understand that. Build a model means what? See, what is the difference between statistics and mathematics? In mathematics, you may not design and devise your own formula. That requires a lot of authentication and all. But in statistics, you can design your own formula. That is a facility in statistics. That means you can design your own model. You know chi-square Poisson distribution. Immediately you can mix these two and you can get out with a new model. Do you understand what I am telling? Once we have done that, we faced a problem in our office. Then we consulted one statistics faculty. He gave us a new model. Model means what? He used some existing statistical principles. He mixed two models, existing models, and gave out a new formula to us, which has satisfied our context. That is called model building. That you cannot do in mathematics. By combining two formula, you cannot make another formula. No. On your own, you cannot do that. But in statistics, you can do that. And the biggest thing is, in statistics, you can find whether that model is working or not immediately. Am I right or not? In mathematics, that requires a lot of research. But in statistics, already data is there. You have devised a new model. Then you employ that model on this data. Whether you are getting the result or not, you can immediately find it out. Am I right or not? Yes. And result evaluation and implementation of knowledge. After aggregating the data, the findings must be analyzed and understood. So you have used some model and finally you came out with a conclusion. And that conclusion should be given to the top level management, and they will use that knowledge in making decisions. Now, various techniques of data mining. These are all various techniques of data mining. The first one is association rule. Okay, association rule means rule-based technique for discovering association between variables inside a given data set. Market basket analysis, analyzing business to better comprehend the linkages between various items. So, these are all different techniques what the data scientists use to mine your data. The first one is association rules, and the second one is neural networks. Okay. What is this association rule? Generally, we also store data in our brain using association rules only. Association rule means what? What is association rule? There is a probability whenever I use the word operations management. Okay. For example, you thought that today after going home I need to read operations management, or I need to get a material from operations management material from my friend, or I need to consult operations management faculty for clearing a doubt, or you may have many things related to operations management in your brain. And in my class, in business data analytics class, frequently if I use the word operations management several times, is there a chance or not to recollect and remember all those things, all the pending works, all the things that are related to operations management or not? Tell me. That is what is association. Or you associate something with another. And neural networks means this is how your brain works. Okay, neural networks replicate the interconnection of the human brain through layers of nodes to process training data. Every node has inputs, weights or bias as well as an output. See, this is how your brain works actually. That means you will listen something, you will listen to a word, and you don't know how that word gets connected to different other things. By listening to one word, you will get connected to another thing, and that again gets connected you to another thing, and that again gets connected you to another thing. Okay, and finally you get some output. So that is called as neural network. This is how the brain, how the human brain works. Now today software is also working in the same way. And there is another thing called as decision tree to find the pattern in the data. Now these data scientists uses this kind of technique called as decision trees. Next, k nearest neighbor. K nearest neighbor is also one algorithm which is called as KNN algorithm to classify the data. Of course, you need not worry about all these things, and you need not pay much attention to all these things. You just read 1 or 2 times and leave it, no problem, because they are more technical in nature. Next, discuss the implementation of data mining in finance and management. This is a very important question. So, if you use data mining, how it will be helpful in finance and management for detecting money laundering and other financial crimes? See, one thing you please understand. You can use data mining to find out anything. To find out anything means what? To find out trends, frauds, okay, to find out money laundering things, anything. See, you give me some data and you ask me to find something. I'll try to find that in the data, whether that is there in the data or not. If you give me irrelevant data and ask me nonsense questions, I cannot answer your queries. But you give me relevant data and you ask me questions. I will use my statistical techniques and find out answers to you from the data given by you. Do you understand what I am telling? That is what is data mining. Prediction of loan repayment, target marketing, design and construction of data warehouses. Everything you can do with the help of. That is what I am telling you, no? Target marketing. This is what companies want. Target marketing. Target marketing means what? Standing near Shankar Vilas and distributing pamphlets. That is not target marketing. Standing in 4x18 and distributing, target marketing. Because your customers are more there than this place. But the question is, who will tell you that? Sir, my friend told me, not this kind of examples. In real life, who will tell you that? In this area, the customers are more. That means no one will tell you that. Nike nuvu sodhinchi sadhinchal. How do you do that? With the help of data mining. Gather the data and mine it. You will find it. Okay. And to get all these benefits of data mining, what you should have? First of all, you need to design and construct a data warehouse in your company, in your organization. That is very important. And now write a descriptive analysis. Already I told you, descriptive analysis, what it will tell you? What has already occurred in an organization. What descriptive analysis will tell? Describe what has happened. And what diagnostic analysis will tell you? It will give you some important insights. It will tell you what is the problem. What are the challenges that you are facing. And what is predictive analysis? It will help you to forecast and understand what might occur in the future. And prescriptive analysis. Prescriptive analysis means what should be done, what may be done, what is the possible solution. That is called as prescriptive analysis. Now, standards for data tagging and reporting. See, today all the companies, what they do is they are making XBRL reports. XBRL reports means what? See, at CA final level, what is the name of the accounting subject? Financial reporting, FR. Financial reporting. Why? See, it is not financial accounting, for your information. It is financial reporting. That means what they teach. They don't teach you accounting anymore, but they teach you how to report your books of accounts to various stakeholders. How you should report your accounts to the investors. How you should report your accounting statements to the stock exchanges. How you should report to the FIIs, to the local investors. Because reporting is most important thing. And especially when you are reporting to international community, when you are reporting to the international customers, you cannot use Indian accounting conventions. Am I right or not? You have IFRS, isn't it? Why you have IFRS? Right now you are also having Ind AS. Am I right or not? International Financial Reporting Standards. What are they? A set of accounting rules for the financial statements of public companies that are intended to make them consistent, transparent and easily comparable around the world. That is called as IFRS. What are IFRS? You just read here. A set of, read there. Can you read that? What is IFRS? A set of accounting rules for the financial statements of public companies that are intended to make them consistent, transparent and easily comparable around the world. Now I want those three words. What are they? Consistent, transparent and the most important, easily comparable around the world. Those are IFRS. That means now I want a software which can generate my financial statements in such manner. Which manner? Such manner. Which manner? Which manner? In a consistent, transparent and easily comparable around the world. Oh, okay sir, use Tally. Accounting software Tally is there. No? Tally also makes balance sheets. Am I right or not? But Tally is made according to Indian conventions. The financial reports that are generated by Tally software are not consistent and easily comparable around the world. They can be accepted only in India. Do you understand? Yes. Now, I want a particular reporting software which can generate financial reports of my company which can be consistent, which are consistent, transparent, and the most important, comparable across the world. Comparable across the world means what? In India, I'll write salaries. In Jamaica, they write compensation. Try to understand what I'm telling. Here I write salaries. In Jamaica, they write compensation. Now I want to invest in a Jamaican company. Okay. They have written compensation. What is that compensation? In our Indian accounting lexicon, in our Indian accounting terminology, either we never use the word compensation either in the P&L account or in the balance sheet. Okay. But they have written compensation. Now I get a doubt. What is this compensation? Is it a balance sheet item or P&L item? Is it a capital item or a revenue item? Is it a nominal account or a real account? What is it? Don't know. I have written return inwards. Yeah, return inwards. Return inwards means what? Sales returns or purchase returns? Sales returns. Or otherwise, let us say I have written sales returns. But in balance sheet of another country, they have written return inwards. Or something they have written. Now I need to find out what is that word? What is the meaning of that? In what way they are treating? It may be treated as a P&L item at one place and balance sheet item in another place. These all differences are there in the accounting system or not? Tell me. These all differences are there. Now, what is the solution to all these differences and to make your financial reports global? There is one solution to all of that. That is a thing called as XBRL. What is that XBRL? Extensible Business Reporting Language. XBRL is a data description language that facilitates the interchange of standard comprehensible corporate data. Standard comprehensible corporate data. Standard. That means across the world the same standard. చూడకి XBRL కి XBRL కి మధ్యలో గ్లోబల్ అంటే సర్కిల్ చుట్టాడు. What does it indicate? It indicates across the world. Okay. And this XBRL reporting language is made using a computer language called as XML. Okay. That is why you have two questions related to XML above. Okay. So this XML. Sir, where can I get this XBRL software? This XBRL software is a free software. Do you know who gives that XBRL software? Ministry of Corporate Affairs will give you. Because Ministry of Corporate Affairs suggests all the public companies to submit XBRL reports only. That means if you want to submit balance sheet to the registrar of companies, you should not submit normal balance sheet generated by your accounting software. No. You should submit the balance sheet generated by XBRL software. Okay. Ministry of Corporate Affairs XBRL. So this is a page dedicated by Indian government, Ministry of Corporate Affairs for XBRL. Here you can find the latest version. MCA XBRL validation tool version 4.8. You can find it. Okay. For example, how to file XBRL statements, financial statements for the financial year 2010-11. So what type of companies should file XBRL reports? You can read here. Okay. All companies listed with any stock exchanges in India and their Indian subsidiaries, all companies having paid up capital of rupees 5 crore and above, all companies having turnover of rupees 100 crore and above. All these type of companies should submit what kind of reports? Not normal accounting software generated reports, XBRL reports. Okay. And if you want to and the most important word in this XBRL software is taxonomy. Taxonomy means what? Taxonomy means what? This is called as taxonomy. From where did I download this? It is there in my computer, or just now I downloaded from Ministry of Corporate Affairs website? Just now I downloaded, you have seen, no? Now what is there? What is this taxonomy? You read in gap, element name source of funds, abstract false, data type monetary, substitution group item, balance type credit, period type instant, nillable type true. For example, goodwill consolidation subsidiaries. For example, if this item is there in your financial statement, how it should be treated in accounting terminology that is given here. This is called as taxonomy. That means this is called dictionary. Okay. For example, fixed assets. Generally acceptable accounting principles, gap. It is there in that. It is a name is fixed asset. It is not an abstract entity. Fixed assets, you can see now how it can be abstract. False. It is a monetary item. It is a item. Balance type debit. Period type instant. Nillable true. So likewise, for every accounting item, you will have, see, lot of terms will be there. You will use lot of terms in your P&L account and balance sheet. All those items are listed here. This is taxonomy. Basing on this, the XBRL software will make a report. Okay. That is the speciality of XBRL software. Audit fees. Audit fees is a auditor's remuneration. In what way you need to treat it? That is given here. You can download this and you can add to this your, for example, if you say, sir, I am using Excel for my accounts, then you can do one thing. You can add this XBRL tool to your Excel and you can get XBRL report. Do you understand what I am telling you? Or let me show you proof also, because you will not believe. You will say, Abacha. Let me show you. Tally XBRL. That means Tally is also offering XBRL features, because I am using Tally for my accounts. But my stock exchange is asking XBRL report. Now what I have to do? Tally has to, the statements that are generated in Tally should be converted into XBRL format, and that I have to submit. See what Tally software is telling? Meeting all the requirements of MCA XBRL reporting, Tally provides the option to generate the financial reports in XBRL format with a click of a button. Generally, I get balance sheet from Tally, but right now what I want? I don't want Tally report. I want XBRL report. So now what Tally is telling? You do all the accounting in our software, Tally only. But end report, final report, if you want in XBRL format, we will give it to you. Okay. So that is the greatness of this XBRL software. Why this XBRL software is so popular? And even in your ICAI website also, there is lot of description about XBRL. Okay. Right. So that is about XBRL. And today, who uses XBRL. Companies uses XBRL, tax authorities, auditors, investors, regulators, trading partners, software vendors. Today, everyone they are using XBRL. Stock exchanges, everyone they are using XBRL. And what is the speciality of this XBRL? For everything, a fixed definition will be there. Sir, what is that fixed definition? Just now I have shown you taxonomy file, no? In the taxonomy file, definitions are given or not? Auditor's fees, abstract item or normal item, monetary item or non-monetary item. A definition is given. Auditor's fees, how you should treat auditor's fees, how you should treat fixed assets. That is given, no? That is called as fixed definition. Okay. So remaining things you can easily understand. What are the important benefits of XBRL? All reports are automatically created from a source of information. Reduces expenses by simplifying and automating the preparation and production of reports for various clients. This is the most important thing. I have one client in America, another client in Jamaica, another client in Japan, another client in China, another client in Russia. All the accounting conventions are different. Now what I have to do? I need to prepare. I have 5 clients in 5 countries. Now I need to prepare 5 different statements. But if I have an XBRL, XBRL is an internationally accepted reporting language. Now I can make an XBRL report and I can get in whatever language I want. Do you know another important advantage of XBRL? It is having multi-language support. Multi-language support means what? See, you learnt accounts in English, but I learnt accounts in Telugu. Do you know that? Chitta, Avarja, Ankana, Astapulapatti, Labanashtal Kata. We learnt in that way. Really. We learnt in that way. You are learning in English. But in China, they use Mandarin to write accounts. In Telangana, they write accounts in Urdu. Urdu medium is there. Some people study MEC in Urdu medium. So they write accounts in Urdu. So again, this language also becomes a barrier in financial statements. Okay. So all the major international languages will be supported by XBRL. And another biggest thing is currency. For example, if I show everything in Indian rupees to my Chinese client or to my American client, they get confused. So I need to show them in dollars, isn't it? And for Japanese yen. So it is a big headache to me because I need to generate in Japan style and Japan model, Chinese style and Chinese currency and Chinese language. This is all a big headache to me. Now if I use XBRL, XBRL asks which language, which currency, which convention, you tell me and click a button, immediately you will get the report. Is it not a big advantage to the companies? Because they need not spend lot of time and energy, isn't it? Now cloud computing. What is this cloud computing? I told you just now. Earlier you used to store data at your place, in your hard disk. See, do you store files in Google Drive? How many of you store your hall tickets or some of your information in Google Drive? Please tell me. Everyone sitting here. That means all of you are cloud users. You are using cloud computing. Why? If I ask you, Amma, show me where is your hall ticket? Cloud, sir. Where is cloud? Show me. How can I show, sir? Open my email ID and Google Drive, then I will show you. Okay, but where it is? Cloud, sir. Not with me. Cloud. Really. So today, just now I told you, earlier we used to maintain our own data warehouses. But today, everything is outsourced. Why to maintain our own and have a headache? Okay. See, today's model is outsourced model. Instead of doing everything for yourself, just outsource it. Other people will do on behalf of you. And today, in computing model, that is called as cloud computing. So cloud computing is the delivery of services through internet or the cloud. And the backbone of cloud computing is internet. Without internet, you cannot have cloud computing. For example, You have your hall ticket in your Google Drive. There is no internet connection, but you have laptop. Can you get it? No. Because if it is in your pen drive, you can get it. But if it is in Google Drive and pen drive are same? No. Pen drive is local. Pen drive is local. Whereas cloud computing is global. But the problem is, for pen drive, no internet is required. But for Google Drive, internet is required. Because it comes under cloud computing. Okay. So it involves storing and accessing data via distant servers. Your pen drive is in your pocket, man. But Google Cloud is in the rocket. It is not here. Okay. That is what I am telling. Before the advent of cloud computing, businesses had to acquire and operate their own servers to suit their demands. That means earlier, you need to purchase your pen drive. But today, no one is purchasing pen drive. Everyone is using Google Drive. Am I right or not? Simple. See, our own server has got problem. So immediately we changed our decision. Actually, we want to purchase new server. But we changed our decision and we started using cloud services. Today, all companies are doing the same thing. Because if you purchase your own server, lot of maintenance, care, these all things will be there. Today, you pay some money to the Google or Amazon or Microsoft. Because today, all famous companies, they are offering cloud services. So whatever company you like, you pay them some money and they will give you all the service. You need not worry about it. You just upload and download the files. That's all. How many types of clouds are there? Private cloud, public cloud, hybrid cloud. Actually, community cloud also is there. It is not given in your material. Private cloud means what? Sir, I want to set up my own cloud, sir. I want to set up my own cloud. Own cloud means what? For example, you are a company spread across the world. You have branch offices, you have corporate offices, you have regional offices, zonal offices spread across the country. You are such a big company. Then, instead of having local servers at every office, you can have one centralized server in one location. And you can give your services from that central location to all of your offices across the world. That you can do. That you can do. Today, banks are doing the same thing. Okay. So, that is called as private cloud. And you may say, sir, I am not such a big company. I cannot set up my own cloud. Then use public cloud. And do you know, already you are using public cloud. Just now you told, no, you are using Google Drive. Now, do you think that Google Drive, Google company especially set up as exclusive server for your sake? No. One server, like that one server is there. My data is also there. Your data is also there. Your data is also there. All of us data is stored there only. Because that is a public cloud. Everyone, anyone can have access to that and store the data. That is public cloud. Hybrid cloud. Hybrid cloud means what? Very easily I will tell. So that is the server. Just imagine. The first half exclusively for one person. And the remaining two halves anyone can use. If that is the case, then it becomes hybrid cloud. Do you understand what I am telling? Because a part of it is private and the remaining part of it is public. Then it is hybrid. What is business? What is business intelligence? I'll tell you. Data warehousing, data mining, data analytics, data science, X, Y, Z, blah, blah, blah. This is all called as business intelligence. That means what? From morning we are using lot of words. Business intelligence, business analytics, data science, data mining, data warehousing, databases, these all things. Why you want all these things, man? Sir, I wanted to know what is happening in my business, what my customer is doing, what I am doing, where I am standing, where I want to go, what profits I want to get. I want to have lot of knowledge about my business. I want to have lot of intelligence about my business. Okay. To have that kind of intelligence about your business, you are using lot of tools and softwares with different names. All of them can be collectively called as business intelligence tools. Do you understand? Yeah. See, various BI methods. This is what I'm telling you. All the terms that you learned since morning. What? Data mining, reporting, performance metrics and benchmarking, descriptive analysis, querying, statistical analysis, data visualization. We learned all these things. Visual analysis, data preparation. What are all these? These are all required for what? These are all required for one thing, that is business intelligence. Why? Why? Because I wanted to know what is happening in my business. For that, what I did, I made visualization, I made data mining, I made data warehouse. Okay, I have made reports, I have made descriptive analysis, prescriptive analysis, diagnostic analysis, querying. These all methods I have employed. For what? To know what is happening in my business. So these are all business intelligence methods. Now, what is artificial intelligence? Whatever intelligence you are having, natural intelligence. If a machine can behave like you, what is your speciality? What is your speciality? You can see, you can hear, you can feel. Am I right? That is your speciality. And if a machine also can do the same thing, and see how you are getting the intelligence? And no, sir, I am by birth intelligent. No. By birth, no one is intelligent. I am a born intelligent. No. You get intelligence. These are the doors of intelligence. You once tried to close all these things. All the doors of intelligence are closed. Really? You are becoming intelligent from the things what you hear, from the things what you see and read, from the things what you smell. Otherwise, you cannot get any intelligence. So likewise, if this monitor is there, from morning is it listening to what I am speaking? No. But if it can listen, if it can store, then this also becomes intelligent. That is called artificial intelligence. That is called artificial intelligence. Means a machine exhibiting the human characteristics. So systems that think like humans, systems that act like humans. Think like humans means, when can you start thinking? When can you start thinking? First you need to listen about it, you need to hear about it, you need to see it, or you need to read about it. Only then you start thinking about it. Am I right or not? Or otherwise, ఎప్పుడు వినంది చూడండి దాని గురించి ఆలోచిస్తున్నారా మీరు? It is impossible. Impossible. Okay. Because you cannot think about anything which you did not see, which you did not read, which you did not hear. Okay. Now, where you can use artificial intelligence? The question today is very simple. Where cannot you use artificial intelligence? అది కూడా ఇచ్చేసారు ఒక లిస్ట్. An artificial intelligence cannot replace a tea master, it seems, or a dosa master, it seems. But an artificial intelligence machine can replace a data analyst, can replace a cost accountant, can replace a doctor. That means today artificial intelligence machines or softwares, they can do almost everything which an intelligent human being can do. And the recent example is ChatGPT, okay, on GPT-4, where they are attempting examinations just like humans, and they are also getting qualified. Okay. Now, types of artificial intelligence. Weak AI or narrow AI. Weak AI or narrow AI means, in factories you can see some robots. The duty of that robot is take all the goods from that side and place it there. That also requires intelligence. But that requires very less intelligence. That is called weak or narrow intelligence. Or you may have a serving robot which serves you water or something. That don't require very great intelligence, just weak or narrow intelligence. And second one is strong AI. Strong AI means what? Like ChatGPT, GPT-4, or strong AI means, I'll tell you one thing. Have you seen Sophia? Do you know Sophia? Sophia can tell poems. Okay, Sophia can do a lot of things. Now this Sophia can, she has artificial intelligence software, and this Sophia can tell poems. And if this Sophia can see you one time, next time if it observes you anywhere, she will greet you. Okay, so that is the greatness of this Sophia, to form relationships with people, everything. Sophia is capable of doing everything. Okay, that is stronger AI. Okay, stronger artificial intelligence. Now, deep learning and machine learning. See, deep learning, machine learning, these are all terms in artificial intelligence. Machine learning means the capability of the machines to learn. And deep learning is also a part of it. Okay, you need not read all that. Now, what is robotic process automation? Robotic process automation means what? If robots are capable of learning and doing the things, actually one human is doing the same thing a robot learnt and is doing it, then that is called as RPA, robotic process automation. Okay, automation means what? Removing the human element and allowing the machines to do the work, allowing the softwares to do the work. That is called as automation. If instead of a human being, if a robot is doing a particular work, that is called as RPA, robotic process automation. Sir, how robots do that? We simply study the human digital behavior and we will automate a machine to do that. That is robotic process automation. So if instead of humans, if robots do the things, what happens? There will be saving of cost, there will be higher productivity, higher accuracy. And then manushalku baddakam kada sarga chair work. But if the same work is done by RPAs, companies can save a lot of cost, get a lot of productivity, accuracy, these all things. Machine learning, I told you. Machine learning means what? Machine learning is also a part of artificial intelligence. You are learning, no? In the same way, machine is also learning. You are learning new things and behaving in a new way. Machine also learn new things and behaves in new way. That is machine learning, as simple as that. You need not worry about it. The capability of the machine to learn. That is what I am telling you. Even a machine is there in front of me right now. But this machine cannot learn. But if I have a machine that can learn, so by evening, if I ask a question which I have discussed in the morning session, you may not answer, but this machine can answer. This you need not learn. If you want to learn, you just read it one time, supervised, unsupervised. Okay. Already I have told you what is data-driven decision making. That's all. We conclude the thing here. So to some extent I have told you what are the important questions. You just pay attention, and if it is a very big question, don't read all the points. It is just enough if you read 5 to 6 points and reproduce it. Because in some questions you have some 12 points, 13 points. Don't read all of that. And purely technical, like morning we have seen continuous distribution. Need not read that. And likewise we have another thing called decision trees, in this lesson only, I think. Yeah, these things also you need not worry much. For example, XML is there. You need not worry about it. Okay, you can simply skip reading that. Yeah, this question is there. For example, if you did not understand this k nearest neighbor, don't worry about it. Okay, because that is purely technical and these are not very simple things to understand. That requires some data structures. In computers, we have a subject called data structures, and you require the data structures knowledge to understand that, and it is not so easy to understand. Yes, you can comfortably skip reading that. Okay, that's all. Thank you. All the best.